Can we do this without Lane?
Recording in progress.
Yeah, this is just roll call, and then you guys
Oh, yeah.
go to closed session.
All right. Welcome everyone to the regularly scheduled city council meeting. Today is November 1st, 2022. 5 p.m. and we're gonna do a roll call. I'm sorry, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen, Councilmember Berkeley, Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. Any change to the agenda, Heidi?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. No, there are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, let's come back at 6:30, and right now let's move over to closed session. There's nobody in the public. Let's see.
Nope,
Yeah,
there's nobody there.
okay. Otherwise, we would take public comment on this at this time on the closed session agenda if there were. So we'll see everyone in closed session.
That,
But we have only two council people right now, myself and Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
that's correct.
Sometimes they're on, but they don't show. Hello, Alexandria, Ryan, Christy, Denise, Melissa, Ron, Wes, Nancy, Louise, Steve. We're waiting for a third elected official, so we have a quorum. So Councilmember Burnett is. Okay. Welcome to our open session that we started at 5 o'clock, and we'll turn it over to Heidi Quinn, our city attorney, to summarize what we did in closed session. Thank you, Heidi.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. The council met tonight in closed session on one item. It was conference with legal counsel, potential litigation under Government Code 54956.9, one potential case. As to the council discussed a settlement agreement, and on a motion by Mayor Delgado with a second by Councilmember Biala, the council voted to approve a settlement agreement with Faith and Castanos Pearson Homes and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. General terms include provisions for below market rate housing, construction of a park, and habitat mitigation. Further details of the settlement agreement will be made available once the settlement agreement is executed. By roll call vote, Mayor Delgado, Council Members Biala, and Councilmember Burnett all voted in favor of the motion. And that concludes my report unless you have any questions.
Yes, my question is, can you confirm that it was I that made the motion? I thought someone else may have made the motion and the second besides me.
I had that in my notes that you made the motion, Mayor Delgado, with a second by Councilmember Biala, but please correct me. It looks like there may be.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
Yeah, I thought I made the motion.
Well,
Okay.
thank you.
Lane, did you have a comment, Lane?
No, I was just, that was my recollection.
I think Kathy may have seconded it, but let's ask Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Yeah, that was my recollection is that Councilmember Burnett made the motion and I seconded it.
Well, thank you for the clarification. Then, Mayor, with your permission, then I will correct my report from closed session to reflect that Councilmember Burnett made the motion with a second by Councilmember Biala, and the three council members present, Mayor Delgado, Councilmembers Biala and Burnett, all voted in favor of the motion. Councilmembers Berkeley and Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen were both absent from the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much, Heidi, for reporting out closed session.
Thank you.
Yes. So now we'll go to a moment of silence, pledge of allegiance. Would anyone like to volunteer for the pledge to lead us after a moment of silence? All right. So imagine Lane along. Let's have a moment of silence, and then Lane will lead us in.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Lane. We have a special presentation, and Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala is going to lead us in that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And today we have Luis Miranda Ramirez, who is from the Esalen and Ohlone Caspanoan tribe. She's a leader there, and I'm going to present this resolution to her. and I think she's on the screen right there so people can see her. So our proclamation in the city of Marina is to declare November as Native American Heritage Month in Marina, which is located within Escalon and Ohlone Mississaugan traditional territories. Whereas the city of Marina recognizes that it was founded and is built on the traditional homeland and villages first inhabited by the indigenous peoples of this region, the Escalon and Ohlone Mississaugan, their ancestors and allies, and honors these members of the community, both past and present. And whereas the Eskimo people have been indigenous to the greater Monterey County area for more than 12,000 years, and from their known ancestral tribal villages from the coast and inland, the Eskimo people hunted, traded, and lived peacefully together, and are known today as the Ohlone Mississaugan Eskimo Nation. And whereas since the arrival of Europeans, California Indians have suffered and been subject to discrimination, violence, and forcible extraction from their lands. And whereas the city of Marina is dedicated to treating all people equally and fairly, irrespective of race and ethnicity, including indigenous people. And whereas the city of Marina values the progress of our society, what our society has accomplished through indigenous people's knowledge, technology, thought, science, philosophy, and artistic contributions. The city of Marina also recognizes the deep historic, cultural, and contemporary significance of the indigenous peoples of the lands. And whereas the city of Marina understands that government entities, organizations, and other public institutions should embrace policies and practices to reflect the experiences of the indigenous people and uplift our country's indigenous group, history, and contributions. And whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and whereas President Biden on October 8, 2021, signed a presidential proclamation declaring the second Monday in October as a federal holiday to be known henceforth as Indigenous Peoples Day, and whereas California Governor Gavin Newsom in 2021 proclaimed that the month of November will henceforth be Native American Heritage Month, wherein the rich diversity and perseverance of California Native peoples are celebrated and honored. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor of the City of Marina, do hereby declare every November henceforth as Native American Heritage Month to celebrate the thriving culture and value that Esalen, Ohlone, Koskinoan, and other indigenous peoples add to our city. Dated this first day of November 2022. And I have this for you. So we'll get that to you somehow, and thank you very much for being here. It really brings home to us a reminder to us of those who came before us on these precious lands, and we are really honored by your presence here today. So thank you, and if you would want to say a few words, you're welcome to do that.
I'd like to thank you. I have other tribal members, the vice chairwoman of our tribe online, as well as Alexandria Cassida, Anthony Najera, Dr. Melissa Leal, all very concerned about what's happening in our homeland. And we thank you for including us. I would like to introduce myself, and I would say to you, Nishma, Kiwelki Tukanamsha Masana Tahawipizi, Atsiapa Miamichak Pasamuatas, Efehetan, Aloni Costanoan, Esalen Nation, Efehetan, the Greater Monterey Bay Area. So my name is Louise Miranda Ramirez. I am the mother of Green Star and the tribal chairwoman of Ohlone, Costanoan, Esselen Nation. So there's our people there coming up for you to see. And it's very important that our people are learning more about their homeland. My great grandfather was Thomas Santos Miranda, who was identified as the Monterey Band of Monterey by C.E. Kelsey in 1905, when Congress sent Kelsey out to identify the landless Indians of California. And we're the only family mentioned by name. And then there were another 50 people with them at the Sur Rancheria. So our family has been around. My grandfather, great-grandfather, and his wife are both Esselen, 2 different lineages, and they're buried in Salinas at the Garden of Memories. So our family had been there. I grew up in Salinas for a while, so we moved and back into to Gilroy, now in San Jose, but I'm around our homeland many days out of the week. And I know that Allison has brought the flyer that we're going to have the play. It's called Ia, the Esselen Remember. And it's about works that we have gone through since being involved with the Monterey County. So I'd just like to say right now that if we can give my tribal members at least a second to say hello to you all.
Dr. Melissa Leal and Alexandria Saras. Go ahead, Dr. Melissa Leal. You're muted, but we'd love to hear from you.
Okay. Thank you. My heart feels good, and thank you, Louise, for making sure that we were included and invited to this occasion. And as Louise said, you know, she's all over the place, ensuring that our sacred sites and our ancestors are protected. And I myself, I live in Sacramento. I was born and raised here in Sacramento with Miwok and Nisenan community, but have maintained my connection and, you know, been working as the tribal administrator with the Ohlone, Costanoan, Esselen Nation. And I look forward to working more to do what I can to maintain and continue our culture and our language, and just connecting our families to the places that we come from and that we're connected to intrinsically, emotionally, and spiritually. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melissa. Okay, Alexandria, would you like to give us some input?
I just wanted to say thank you for the recognition. It's always great when other people are learning, and hopefully we can all keep learning.
Hopefully, I think we can. Thank you, Alexandria. Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Just wanted to make sure, did we cover every person, Louise? I thought you had said more than 2 people. What did we cover? Everybody?
Christy and Najera and her son was supposed to be on. I think you mentioned that they were there. She is. She's the vice chairwoman of Ohlone, Costanoan, Esselen Nation.
Oh, I see. Right.
Go ahead, Christy, if you have anything you'd like to tell us. We're trying to get Go Shadow over. Go Shadow, you can be next. Go ahead, Christy.
Hello. Thank you guys for recognizing us and as Indigenous people of this land. And Louise, we truly appreciate that you are so involved and try to keep us in the loop on what's going on. I know it's a uphill battle for you, but we truly do appreciate it. And thank you guys for the recognition. And I'll let you say hello to my son, Anthony.
Hello.
How old is he?
Anthony, they're talking to you.
I'm gonna be 31 in a week.
Ah, okay.
And we also have another tribal council member, and that's Pauline Arias, and she's here with us as well.
Hello, how are everyone there? How is everyone there? Like my daughter said, thank you for the recognition. It's nice, a little late, but it's nice. Thank you, Louise. Like my daughter said, for all you do for us, because without you, I don't know where the heck we'd be. Thank you so much.
Very much. So Shadow, did you have anything you'd like to tell us? Just unmute. Okay, I'm not sure if Go Shadow want to tell us anything.
I don't know who that person is.
Right. Well, thank you, everyone. And Kathy, what you have more to say if you'd like?
Just the last word here. I want to give recognition to our senior planning development person, Allison Hunter, who has worked many years with Indigenous tribal peoples, and actually was very instrumental in writing this proclamation, as well as finding us Ms. Ramirez to accept this resolution. So thank you very much, Allison. Thank you. You on, but I know you're there.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Thank
are.
you, Allison.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you all. It's so important to us to be known, to realize that we're still here, that we know who we are, and we want you to know who we are. We want to work in our communities and be involved in everything that we can. And AB 52 has given us that. And Allison and I have gone through a lot when she was at Pacific Grove. So we've known each other for quite a while. And I too thank her, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy and Mayor Delgado and all the council members for all that you have said to us tonight, because we are here, and that's what's important. And which in our language it's let kalai let ta'a, which is we are here, we exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Everyone who's involved with this tonight. Really good. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Yes, I would also like to add my heartfelt congratulations on tonight. This recognition is too long in coming, and I hope that it's the start of continual annual recognition. It should be a daily recognition. The lands that we call home today have many spirits that are with us, and I hope that we can all live in peace and happiness and security and work towards the betterment of all. Thank you once again.
Now we are in the process of appreciating Martin Luther King and African American culture, history in Marina, and talking about a Korean garden, perhaps an Asian garden, I should say, so that we recognize the Asian contributions to our community. And I don't know much about how Native Americans use what we call the city of Marina, but it doesn't really matter. It would be nice to have more connection to education and history relating to Native Americans here in Marina or our general area. It'd be really nice. Maybe Louise can continue her issue with Allison and see what the city can do to encourage it, to appreciation of Native American culture. All right. Say goodbye to all of you representing the Osino and Ohlone Nation. And we'll move on to the rest of the public's announcements, communications that are not on agenda items tonight. Thanks everybody for that last. Okay, we have 12 public members here. We're going to start with Elizabeth Fisher. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Hey, good evening, Delgado and everybody. I'm here speaking as so I'm Lisbeth Visser, Chair of Citizens for Just Water. Not all residents are aware of the threat to Marina's drinking water. KLM's proposed desal project threatens to contaminate and diminish our water supply. If approved, it will be built on the beach at the CEMEX site, which is an environmentally sensitive habitat area. The CEMEX settlement agreement includes that 1 year from now, the site will be restored and forever dedicated to conservation and low-impact recreation. KLM's diesel project will ruin Marina's chance to, after having had a sand mining plant there for more than 100 years, getting a pristine beach with easy access to be enjoyed by Marina residents, visitors, and threatened species like our beloved western snowy plover. For this desal project that will permanently impact the city of Marina and the entire region, KLM needs approval from the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission's hearing will be in Salinas on Thursday, November 17. That is when the commissioners will vote yes or no. We need many speakers in Salinas to give 1 minute public comment. We will also have cameras in Marina City Council chambers for residents to give comments in their own town. The third option will be to give comments via Zoom. All speakers will need to register with the Coastal Commission. Please visit our website to read how, at the end of this week, individuals and established groups can start registering to give public comments. Please contact us if you would like to get help with registration and scripts. At this moment, everybody already can email written comments to the Coastal Commission to oppose this project. Deadline to submit your email is November 10. We encourage you to do it now while you're thinking of it. Instructions and a sample email message can be found on our website. Last Thursday, Just Water hosted a community forum in the library, which has been recorded. The YouTube link can be found on our website, citizensforjustwater.org. We can also be reached by phone at 408-569-2491 or email us at justwater93933@gmail.com. And on the next 2 Sundays, you can still visit our booth at the farmers market between 10 and 2. Visit us this coming Sunday to have your photo taken so you can include it in your email to the Coastal Commissioners before that November 10 deadline. Thank you all very much for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, for all your efforts. Anyone else like to speak before we close public comment tonight? Okay, we'll close public comment and extend to City Council the same opportunity to make announcements, etc. All right, not seeing any announcements. I'll just say thank you to everyone involved with the presentations last night at the Marine Library. A lot of people there getting a lot of information. So thank you to Matt, our city manager, Matt Movison, for making sure the audio video worked as well as it possibly could so we'd have a good recording. It could be heard during the meeting, what was going on by audience members. And to Lane, who always has a lot to do with these kinds of city events. This is not a city event, but was in the library. He had a lot to do with helping behind the scenes. And Mayor Pro Tem Biala and Elizabeth, who we just heard from, were the citizen volunteers basically to make that happen. And we had great presentations from David Stolt, General Manager of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. Paul Shudo is General Manager of Monterey Water, who handles the sewage treatment plant and recycled water. And then Ram Sherwinzer, who is the General Manager of Marina Coast Water District. They all give very professional presentations, full of information. So please, everybody, go to the website. I think it's on our city website too. For sure, it's on citizensforjustwater.org. See that series of presentations. And Matt, I was talking to you earlier. Is it available on the city website as well?
Yes, Mayor Delgado, it is. It's available on our city YouTube page right now and also on our city web page as well. We'll put a direct link on the front page of our website and our news. It just announces that the event happened, and it'll take you over to Citizens for Just Water page, where and we'll also link the video to that.
Okay, so we're going to move on now to our consent agenda. Does any member of the public have any question or comment about any of these items on our consent agenda? All right, not seeing anyone raise their hand. Any questions of city council? All right, I'd like to congratulate Cynthia and Jim, Mike, Steve, and Stephen for volunteering to be on the Public Works Commission. Let's go. That's one of the items on our consent agenda. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Oh, I was going to motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Anita, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, that passed unanimously with the three of us present. And we're going to move to a public hearing regarding California building standards. Lane or Brian, you're going to walk us through.
I think we have Dan Paolini who will walk us
All right.
through that.
Thank you, Lane. Turn my camera on. Good evening, Mayor Delgado and council members and city staff. I'm Dan Paolini, your building official, and tonight we are going to address our 2022 California Building Code adoption. This is Title 15 of the municipal code. We do this every 3 years. And so for 2022, we are pretty much keeping our local amendments will remain unchanged. Some of the appendices will be relabeled. There's a lot of new stuff coming up in the energy code, and we've made some changes to the fire code. Fire code has added section 901.11, which addresses plant processing and extraction facilities. It also removes local amendments for photovoltaic systems because now they're addressed to the state fire code. Those are really the only major changes that we've made. Everything else is pretty much staying the same as well as the 2019 code for our local amendments. There are obviously updates in all the codes, and there are probably too numerous to address here tonight. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Yeah, I have a question. These are kind of like minimum standards, but what is there any discretion or ability for us to vote for, require, encourage higher standards?
There is, and you know, and I was talking about that the other day. They're called the root codes, and you can go above and beyond what the California Building Code considers minimum requirements. And I know there is movement in quite a few communities in the state to eliminate natural gas for a lot of our indoor appliances. There's a move in the energy code now to make electrical appliances a little bit easier to model for our energy capitalization. So there are ways to go and become a little bit more restrictive if that's the way that we decide we want to go.
All right. The reason I asked is we have potentially a charrette, a public series of meetings coming up regarding the development of Cypress Knolls. I think it'd be helpful to have some kind of a presentation on what some of our options might be that we might be interested in above the standards.
absolutely. That's something that we would definitely work through.
All right. Uh, so let's now move to, we'll open the public hearing. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this matter, this will be the time to raise your hand. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Good evening, Brian.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm thrilled Dan's presenting this item tonight because I'm realizing as I sit here, he's likely the only staff member that experienced or probably even is aware of some of the building issues that my neighborhood experienced during the construction of the local Hampton Inn. The staff report indicates that these codes are allowed to be, or maybe even encouraged to be customized for factors of kind of that are in our area. One of those factors is that in Marina we're built on sand, and this has a very different seismic signature than does other materials, and this is really important during things like earthquakes, right? Because in Marina we're more likely to experience liquefaction. But it's also very important because construction-related impacts travel differently through sand than do they through other materials. Dan was out at our neighborhood when they were pile driving for that project, and I got to tell the council, I've never experienced anything like it. I have in my house, the glass fell off the refrigerator and a picture fell off the wall. And then a neighbor's house, their pond that they had built, fell to the ground. There were other impacts. Another house had a light bulb come out of the ceiling and it shattered. Certainly, there were other impacts during that pile driving process. Some municipalities have enacted and have partnered with seismic monitoring entities to measure and prevent some of those impacts that I just mentioned. I don't necessarily expect that to be part of this tonight or to even be included, but I think it's a really good opportunity to bring this discussion to the table and make sure that all staff and council are aware of these problems. I would never want anyone else to experience what I did during this construction process. Ideally, we would have had seismic monitoring that at least would have indicated what was going on and the level of vibration that was being felt in some documented way. I will say that other jurisdictions have looked at and have implemented seismic monitoring into their ordinance, especially for things like pile driving that are known to create this kind of impact. So again, I guess I'll leave it there for now. I don't know if staff has any comments on what they experienced when they were out at the property, but it was pretty radical. I was shocked, and it's a memory that will stay with me forever. And I have brought this up in the Planning Commission as a commissioner, and will continue to advocate that staff takes a look at that as we look to, quite frankly, build a lot in our future. And I just hope that those impacts can be mitigated. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Brian. Let's ask anyone else that might want to speak on this matter to go ahead and raise their hand during this public hearing. Okay, seeing no hands going up, we'll close the public hearing. And staff, do you have any input you'd like to provide regarding the public comment we've heard? Sorry. All right, so City Council, I'm sorry, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biella.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, Dan, these kinds of things that Brian McCarthy brought up, are they mitigable if they're caused not by natural but by construction? How is that handled? How do you mitigate that?
That's a great question, and I'm not sure how we would go about doing that. I guess I could probably meet with Brian and talk a little bit about the research that he's done, because obviously some of the scope of work that is required to construct that hotel, I think what we would have to do is determine the entire scope. The scope of work that caused the issue that Brian was referring to was them driving sheet piles. What they were doing is setting a temporary retaining wall. And that's what we would need to do as a community Community Development Department is to determine the impact that that was going to have prior to that scope of work, because that was not something that was indicated on the plan set, and we were not aware that that was going to occur. But probably prior to permit issuing, we would need to probably go through that plan set a little bit closer to make sure that there are any issues like that that would come up. In the almost 10 years I've been here, that is not the first instance that we've had with construction causing issues within the neighborhood. You know, we had just New Haven when they were doing compaction with some of the heavy equipment that was causing some issues over on back behind Sunrise and one of the other streets back there. So some of those construction processes are inevitable, whether it's compacting material or driving piles. Really, from what I understand, there's very limited ways to do that. Maybe some public outreach and let the public know that this is coming. I think that's probably first and foremost. Probably happy to sit down with Brian and we can talk about some of these entities and maybe we can also become a bit more aware of how we can mitigate that and let the public know and maybe determine some alternative methods for some of those.
Okay, thank you very much.
And are building codes inhabited to address this, or is it separate?
Yeah, this wouldn't be something in the building code. The building code doesn't tell you exactly how to include a particular scope. Like with the Hampton, driving those sheet piles was their way of providing a temporary retaining wall so they could construct the, the CMU wall that was used to be built in order to retain that site. So we would probably want to determine ahead of time when we see a big cut like that. Okay, now you're going to build a retaining wall. So how are we going to go through that process? So maybe we can just mitigate it prior to that.
Is there a way to formalize that so that through time, different staff remember and address?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think it's just probably on our end to be a little bit more finite in when we review those plans. And having reconstruction meetings, and then probably public outreach to let people know whether there's going to be construction equipment in the neighborhood and what those construction work is going to be. Whether it's going to be heavy equipment and grading or grading. Just 9 times out of 10, the public is usually the last to know. All of a sudden, there's heavy equipment in the neighborhood, and people are like, "No, I don't talk to you know."
Since it's not a code issue, we'll move on, but maybe in the future we can talk about the checklists and to add to it some things like this.
Absolutely.
Right. So I'll entertain a motion. If someone would like to make one. Representative Kathy Biala.
I will make the motion, and it's a very long one, so may I just say that as presented in our staff report on page page 1 of section 9A. Would that be okay? It's really long.
So let's ask our city attorney what needs to be disclosed in the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that it's a really long motion to make, and you can say as reflected in the staff report. I would just add with the exceptions, modifications, and additions, and just make that emphasized.
I motion as it is presented in our staff report on item 9A, and I don't believe that we have any additions or anything to add.
We might have certain exceptions, et cetera, required by our particular circumstances.
So I think you can just add that to the motion because we have some modifications to the building code that are built in there.
Okay. With additional modifications as deemed appropriate by the staff.
Modifications and exceptions and additions.
And exceptions and additions.
Second.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. That motion passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone, as they do with this. It comes up on a regular basis, but we appreciate the work that goes into it. So let's scoot over now to the shared mobility agreement. I see Nick, you know, walk us through this, Nick.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor Delgado, with council. I'm just going to share my screen and present to you on the item. So I'm here to present to you on a shared mobility services agreement with Birds Rides Incorporated. I'm Nick McElroy. I'm with the planning division. So brief timeline, Bird reached out to us in February of this year about reaching an agreement with the city to bring scooters to the city of Marina. Throughout that time, we started working with them. They also reached out to CSUMB and they reached a tentative agreement back in August. And so staff worked in the last month or so to refine the agreement. And so by September 19th, we'd reached a tentative agreement thanks to significant help from Bob Rathie, one of our city attorneys, just to help us with the whole agreement. Wanted to point out some key details of the agreement. First and foremost, Bird uses a fleet manager, and I also will allow, if there's time, we also have Mike Butler in the audience who can speak more on this. But one of the key details I think is important to talk about is that they agreed to have a response time during business hours between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. 7 days a week, that if there's any complaint about a scooter not in the right spot or needing to be moved or broken or some sort of issue with scooters, they have a 4-hour response time for both the city and staff and the community members. And then staff has the ability to increase that to a high priority, so that therefore the fleet manager will have a 2-hour response time. The other side of this is if the fleet manager does not respond in that 4-hour response time, or if it's a high priority 2-hour response time, we'll go ahead and execute an encryption permit that does get approved, which would allow the work staff to be 100% reimbursed for any time and going across town to pick up a scooter if they have to. The idea would be that the fleet manager would be fully responsible, but of course, in the occasion that something doesn't go quite right, we will have that permit for that language. Another important aspect of this is the insurance. Standard insurance by the state, by state law, is that they must provide $1 million per aggregate. However, Rathie was able to increase that to $2 million per occurrence with the standard $5 million aggregate, and also they also proposed to add another $5 million in umbrella coverage for the city of Marina and bringing their scooters to the city. And that, of course, is tied to the indemnification coverage. The city will be fully covered. Therefore, of course, the city's gross negligence. The agreement has much more detail. We have Bob Rathie here if we have more specific questions for either the insurance or the indemnification coverage. Another important aspect that planning, specifically at the director of planning, thought was a really good addition to bring in, would be a 90-day check-in. And this is basically so after many days, hold a meeting with some staff and Bird and just have a check-in to see, you know, what do we see in terms of complaints? Are there any issues that need to be addressed at that time? And then if we need to amend anything in the agreement, we can do it at that point. We will also be having more regular check-ins. I want to just add that as well. I expect to be meeting with the fleet manager monthly, at least. But this 90-day check-in is really a good time to really open this up and look at it. And then also mention that this is a one-year agreement that needs to be renewed annually. So it's not a permanent agreement. It's something that needs to be maintained and worked on. So the next steps, if this is approved by the city council, the city and when the city manager would sign a shared mobility agreement with Bird, then they would apply for an encroachment permit through Public Works. We have Brian McFinn here. If you have questions about that. And then city staff will work on implementation strategy, which will really dial in and figure out where we're going to have them parked, if there's going to be any areas that they're not allowed to go, and then also working with staff so they're aware of different, local public work staffs to make sure that they're educated on different details. So this is staff's recommendation. We recommends that we council adopt resolution authorizing staff to enter into this agreement. And anything other questions? Share my screen.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Nick, for the presentation. I'm actually happy that Bird has decided to return to the marina. The first go-round didn't go as anyone had anticipated or hoped for. And I see by this outline and project proposal that you have listened to the concerns and have taken what I consider to be adequate steps to ensure that this has more of a chance of success than the first go round. So I'm wondering, the areas that the scooters will be dropped off and maintained over, I understand it's not a 24-hour operation, there are hours of service and it's going to be offline for a certain period of time?
I can answer that right now if you'd like.
Yes.
The idea would be that they'd be there 24 hours. They'd be in parking zones. The manager, where they're going to be stationed. I believe in the previous agreement, they didn't have hours of operation for the scooters, where they'd only be allowed from morning till evening, and then it would be taken away at night. That's not part of this agreement.
Yeah, Nick, I can jump in there. Right now, it's nice to hear. My name is Mike Butler. I'm the government partnerships manager for Bird, and I do want to be clear. It wasn't actually our company that had done this first round. It was a separate company, but I think those concerns were valid, and they were part of this to make sure that those concerns were addressed in this agreement. The hours of operation are 24/7, just to make sure that we're accounting for folks with some odd jobs, and then we need to use this for some regular cooking. But those hours can also be adjusted. We've had many markets where we shut them off between, let's say, midnight and 2 a.m. or something of that nature.
Okay. The employees, the service manager, I forget the term you're using for them. Is this a contract employee or is this a Bird employee?
It's a contract employee. You can think of them as a logistics provider of ourselves. They're not really, an independent contractor in the way that it's, an Uber driver and they're kind of just doing gig work. It is a business that is running and generating, the entirety of their income from this type of business. But no, they're not an employee of ours either. The idea is that we're kind of leaning on some, local knowledge and the local representatives to run the operations on behalf of us.
Okay. And I guess this is for Public Works. Do you anticipate, who's fielding questions for Public Works?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Brian. Sorry, I didn't see you square there. Do you anticipate that there's going to be some signage or striping, street striping, to support this project? Not right away, but eventually, will there be any, like we have bike lanes, will there be any additions to the signage to say, scooters, watch out for scooters or scooter parking here or something like that?
No, I'm not aware of any specific MUTCD signage related to scooters just as yet. They're allowed to use the roadway just like other users. Just like they're operating kind of in the same space the bicycles are, and they have to operate within the class of type of scooter they are and within the speed limits. that they have to operate within on the streets. So it's not necessarily something special. It's just kind of working in the same right of way space.
Okay, Nick and Mike, do you anticipate requesting any kind of signage or striping in any way?
It's not requested on our end. I think it's a great measure if that's something the city wants to do. It's not required though. We have worked with a number of cities that have invested in some type of infrastructure, whether they're lightweight corrals or they're even something really simple as spray painting a box on a sidewalk or removing one street parking and encouraging folks to park their bikes or scooters in those corrals or racks, so to speak. But again, it's not a requirement.
Okay, but Bird wouldn't be paying for any of that work by the city.
We wouldn't. I mean, it would be on the public right of ways, and that would be done by the city.
Okay. So I guess I saw the insurance were values were up from the 1 million to the 2 million, and so the causes of someone filing a claim, I guess it would be between them and Bird, and the indemnification would remove the city from any responsibility, or unless there was, like you said, some gross misconduct by the city. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
I can speak to that a little bit, Councilmember Burnett. Yeah, the indemnification and the insurance provisions were a long process to work out. The city is responsible for its gross negligence. So um, my advice would be that, and I know Brian has a good program for inspecting the streets. That we do inspect our streets. We keep a record of those inspections, which I'm sure we do, and that as we receive uh, information that there might be a defect in the street, pothole or something like that, that we take action and we document all those things. All those things would go to protect the city in the future from the flood.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of my concerns, is that there may be, and maybe the city has already identified, or Mike or Nick, have you identified areas of concern that there may be some pavement issues or maybe traffic signaling that may not be the best to allow for pedestrian, scooter, bike traffic?
We haven't delved into that level of detail yet in identifying those types of concerns. When we sit down, if this does get approved, we'll sit down with the work staff, with Edry, and look at if there are any intersections that are not appropriate, or areas that are not appropriate for scooters. We'll definitely take a look at that.
Okay, I'm just wondering, would the city, would this gross negligence presume or preclude that such a study had already taken place? Would we be remiss in not having identified areas of concern, or at least looked over our current street configurations to see if there might be some potential?
Prior to entering into the agreement, you mean, Councilmember?
Yes. Mhm.
No. And the gross negligence standard is a fairly high standard, we say.
Or low, depending upon
right
where you end up in the
right. I mean, in a perfect world, we'd want to say we're protected from everything, but unfortunately, that's really not. California is a comparative negligence state, but the agreement does, in my opinion, and I also reviewed this with the Vice President for the Alliant Insurance Consortium, who provides major coverage, Mr. Connor Booley. We worked with him also on the insurance and the indemnification. So, Alliant was brought into the loop early.
Okay, my final question has to do with the designation of a motorized scooter. Does it constitute as a motor vehicle? Anyone want to weigh in on that?
It is I believe that they are subject to the California Vehicle Code in certain respects, akin to bicycles.
Okay. Okay. But the addition of a mechanical device to provide propulsion does not redesignate them somehow as a motorized vehicle in what I would come to think of like a motorcycle or a car.
No.
Okay.
And you see more and more of these motorized bicycles now around too. Nobody wants to pedal anymore or push.
Well, that's the whole point. We want to get exercise on it.
That's
Okay,
true.
those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Castellano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several questions, and they're really all geared to safety issues with pedestrians. So the first one is you say that you're having a contract with CSUMB and the city of Marina simultaneously. If we do not approve this, does that mean that the CSUMB contract goes in a different direction? I mean, are they tied together? Sounds like we are.
They're not, no.
Okay. It seems like there's maybe an error in the way you wrote this. The fleet manager will have you say a minimum of 4 hour response time. Don't you mean maximum there? Because if it's a minimum, that means you could go 8 hours and they don't have to have a response time for 8 hours because it's a minimum of 4 hours. But wouldn't you want to say they have to respond within 4 hours?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant. The maximum. Mhm.
Okay, great. Great. And the next question is, does the staff have the time to enforce them? Is there any issues that are not addressed within the response time? It's the city's time that will be covered. Do we have the staff to correct these transgressions?
I'm going to say no if it becomes prolific. The intention is that the manager is responding to these and addressing them. And if we're in a situation where staff is having to respond more than we have the availability for it, that's the purpose of those monthly meetings and the 90-day check-in to make adjustments. You know, if they have to adjust the availability of the fleet manager or the proximity of the fleet manager to respond appropriately, then those changes will have to be.
Yeah, and if something is left on the street for 4 hours, that is a safety issue, and so I would hope that we're not going to allow that for 4 hours. So, or even 2 hours, quite frankly. Okay, let's see. Are there going to be any fines attached to any violations of where people leave these scooters? I mean, what are the disincentives for them to continue to drop their scooters on the sidewalk?
Yeah, I could take that, Nick. We have a lot of ways to encourage and make sure that folks are using this safely. I think the good part is the vast majority of riders will park correctly. That's what happens. But of course, there's a 10 or 15% of us that don't. The same way that 10 or 15% of us never seem to park correctly our own personal cars, and those have to be mediated as well. We can suspend users if there's repeated misconduct. So we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we're giving the proper education if folks understand that this is a benefit and maybe they don't use it right the first time, but it doesn't mean that they should be dissuaded or they should be removed from using it. But if it's very obvious that there's some ongoing misconduct, we always reserve the right to suspend that person's account.
My next question is, we have a safety precaution that of submitting a photo of the park device via the mobile application at the end of a ride. Apparently, your predecessor, line, also had the same arrangement. So is yours any different? Because it obviously wasn't working on the line.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of them. I'm sure there was a multitude of issues. I'm not really sure. I do know that we take a look at those photos and can audit them again to monitor any sort of bad actors. But the point of that is kind of some social proof to make sure that people aren't just dropping it in the middle of the road. If you're asking them to take a photo of it, more likely than not, they'll make sure that it's in the right place.
My last question, I think. When you talk about that the public can make relocation requests and to report other issues with devices, and you have a very visible contact number on each of the scooters, it sounds like. But will we have access to the number of calls that come in, you think? Because in another area you talk about your reporting, but it doesn't say specifically about how many complaints were called in from the public.
Yeah, we won't know obviously if someone is calling the city. We'll only know if someone's calling our support team. So that we make it pretty obvious for someone. You can call us, you can chat us, you can email us, you can respond to us via Facebook. You can upload the app. You can take a photo of the vehicle and automatically send us a ticket to make triage for a local team. So that can all be done. We of course don't have records of a constituent calling the city and putting together some type of complaint.
But for the complaints that you receive, that Bird receives, then we have an accounting of how many violations are happening.
That I don't know. I think that would depend on if I think it becomes such an influx. I'm sure that's something that we can take a look at on a quarterly basis. But more often than not, people are just asking basic account questions or questions about financial questions about their credit card, not necessarily something that's important enough to bring up to the city.
I still think it might be a good idea for the city to know how many complaints are being registered and on their site using the number on the scooters that you say you have a complaint. And my last question is, which cities have continued to use successfully the e-scooters and which cities have banned them? Seems to me that I've heard more about the banned cities. If you could explain some of that, what's happening out there in terms of e-scooter use?
Yeah, I think I think bad news tends to travel faster than good news. To give you an idea of this, we were live in about 60 cities in 2019. We're live in about 450 today. So I know for a fact that that number is going in the right direction, not the opposite. So we can point to hundreds and hundreds of cities that have added this type of transportation to their city and for their citizens just in the last 18 months. So it's definitely something that's heading in the direction that more cities are approving concepts like this, not the opposite.
That's all my questions for now, and then we'll have time to make comments later.
All right. I'm really happy this is coming back. I was really glad it came the first time, even though we had some issues. Are there business hours on Saturday and Sunday?
No, it runs the same Monday through Sunday.
So for this service, there will be business hours 8 to 6, just like on a weekday.
Oh, I see what you're saying with the response time. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at what the Yeah, I think
Go
we
back
just
to that slide. I'm sorry, Mike. Nick, can you go back to that slide that talked about business hours?
Yeah, that's within the agreement, I believe.
yeah, it's defined as 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's every day.
So,
Days a week.
for purposes of Lime, sorry, bird scooters, there are business hours. Business hours are 8 to 6, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
To our city attorneys, can someone say it's gross negligence? Cyclist runs over and gets hurt running over a scooter that was parked in the wrong place, say in the street or somewhere in the sidewalk, or let's say the street. Because we knew that this would occur, but we still approved scooters. So can we be grossly negligent in allowing foreseeable accidents to happen?
No, not just on that basis. No, gross negligence is recognizes, of course, as all risk transfer uh, mechanisms do, that accidents can and will happen. But in that short scenario or example, I would not think that would give rise to a finding that the city had been grossly negligent without some other uh, action or lack of action by the city.
I know that two issues last time, kind of in the gray area, uh, sidewalks. Most scooters use sidewalks, but they're like a bike. A lot of bikes use sidewalks. So are scooters allowed on sidewalks?
I'd have to take a look at city code. We always encourage people to ride this just like they do a bicycle, which means that it should be ridden in the street or in the bike lane or at least on the right hand side of the street. My assumption is most city ordinances have some type of ordinance against, or most cities have an ordinance against um, sidewalk riding for both bikes and scooters.
And our police department representatives tell us if it's legal to ride a bike or a scooter on the sidewalk.
Good evening, everyone. We do have a vehicle code that addresses riding bicycles and scooters on the sidewalk. They are supposed to ride in the bike lane on the street like normal bicycles do. So we do enforce that violation.
So Eddie and Lane, do you foresee, Donna, White, do you foresee police having to spend much time enforcing scooters that are on sidewalks?
I can say from prior experience that we haven't had too many problems with the previous company that was providing that service. We did have some calls in the beginning when they were but as time passed, those calls did drop off. Most people, as it was mentioned, were pretty respectful of the park scooters. But if this agreement is made, we can have further discussion about creating fuel stations where
Can you have a geofence that keeps me off the sidewalk but lets me go nearby on the street?
We do have that in some select markets, but not for this, so no. Most of that, again, it's one of those where you can't stop someone if this is a personal scooter, that type of technology doesn't exist. If it's a personal bike, you can't do it either. So there is some level of enforcement and some level of trust that riders are supposed to.
Mike, I think we lost you.
You lost your audio, Mike, about 10 seconds ago.
Okay, 1 second.
You now.
My back?
Yeah, your photo looks frozen, but your audio is back.
Oh, interesting. Um, okay, I'll just keep going with that. We do have ways where we can prohibit riders from ending a ride in certain locations. Um, we can't necessarily stop someone from riding on the sidewalk and we can't stop a car from running to a stop.
Won't worry more about it until it's a problem in real life. A helmet. Are helmets required on speed?
They're not required by law.
Uh, At 90 days, Brian and Nick, when you have your first review, is it reasonable for us to put in the motion tonight? Or is it wouldn't cause you undue problems? If we added to the motion that at that 90-day first review, we would be privy to any and all bird complaints, getting to what Mayor Potem was
That wouldn't be, wouldn't be.
then maybe this is a police department question. For those complaints that come to the city that Bird doesn't know about, at that 90-day review, would the city be able to provide any numbers and details about what Bird might not know about?
We could provide that if that
So we'll wait until we make a motion, but council, we should consider if we want that information to know how it's going. All right, that was it. Thank you very much for answering the questions. Let's go back to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to ask that we include the 90-day reporting of incidents to the motion. Also, this is going to be, case by case, but, there are going to be opportunities or occasions where you would be parking the scooter on the sidewalk because you don't want it in a traffic room. And there are going to be other, just like you park the bicycle when you go in to get a soda on the sidewalk, you don't park it in the street. So there has to be some provision for the scooter to be on a sidewalk, maybe not being operated, maybe being moved from, where the shopping was done to where they intend to do transportation. But I can see where there needs to be a clear understanding that just because a scooter is on a sidewalk, upright, and parked properly, uh, that to me is okay. I mean, we should not be trying to, make sure that that doesn't happen. At the same token,
Okay, David, this
scooter,
is like your question, David?
yeah, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
So,
And the end of that question was, we want to make sure that, by the same token, that a properly parked scooter in the drive way is not allowable. So
David, can you repeat your question, please?
again, the earlier comments seem to suggest that the operation of the scooter on the sidewalk is not to be considered ideal. What I'm saying is that we need to modify the motion and the instructions that in certain circumstances, the location of a properly parked scooter on the sidewalk is perfectly permissible, and at the same time, a properly dismounted upright scooter in the drive lane is not possible, not permissible.
Councilmember, the way it's structured is that the agreement allows for staff to prepare an encroachment permit that governs how that's going to be operating and using the right of way, as we did with previous vendors that came through. We looked at these requirements in the right of way pretty carefully because, yeah, scooter parked upright on the sidewalk might be a good thing, but we have to ensure that there's an accessible path of travel. We can't have scooters obstructing pedestrians and people of all abilities from being able to use that sidewalk to get from point to point. So there's going to be some very specific rules to that effect as to where they can park, allow to use the sidewalk, and also kind of a no parking zone around any street corners where handicap ramps are, no parking driveways, those types of things that are going into.
So my question then is the city satisfied that the current encroachment provisions are adequate, or do we need to add additional language to this particular approval that would outline circumstances where a properly parked scooter is still not permissible because of, as you said, uh, pedestrian or accessibility issues that might come up. Do you think we're covered in our current language so as we don't need to expand the agreement?
I would say working with the encroachment permit, it gives us the flexibility to modify those as operations go on and we see changes that need to be made in the future. So it may actually end up restricting the ability to make restrictions.
Okay, I would ask our council that um, I maybe you guys share my concerns that we don't allow use that would get us into difficult circumstances. But I think that our current language.
We're in the question phase. We have a question.
Yeah, the question is the council. Does the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem feel that there is adequate language for the parking and storing of these vehicles? Or do we need to talk about additional language?
Pro Tem Capriello, would you like to mention?
I'm sorry, I have to look more carefully at the encroachment permit. I wouldn't be able to answer that question right now.
My answer. Go ahead.
Obviously, yeah, I was just, the way it's been handled in other cities is that there is a distinction between deployments and parking on the sidewalk and the actual lighting on the sidewalk, or one is acceptable and one is not. It's pretty obvious when there's a snare A versus a snare B and so on lighting on it. Obviously, law enforcement has the ability to enforce those if it comes up.
Okay, so my answer to the question is that I think I will definitely defer to staff at this detailed level. But if we see issues that come up, happening, he's right. We address them when they come up. Brian, normally we issue a permit, we can't unilaterally just add to it, right? So the question is if we grant an encroachment permit, what right do we have to unilaterally change it?
We could maybe work with the attorney a little bit on that. Maybe some language to the effect that some of the terms can be revocable, depending on use of that right away, something along that line.
And now that Bob Raffy has unretired for this matter, I can't believe that anything we're talking about tonight is new to hundreds of cities that are using scooters. So I can't think that we have to go from scratch. Bob,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the things that, this is a pilot program. So there's gonna be need to make adjustments, and there's provisions in the agreement, for these meetings every 90 days, to get in there and actually determine, where the problems are and how to fix them. And, things that we might have in the agreement, that we're seeing problems with, and we're not. But I think these things will come out. I don't think there's anything in the agreement that would pose the city to any undue liability. We tried definitely, working with Bird, to keep that, buttoned up as best we can. But we can't really foresee everything. Marina's, going to have its own, um, challenges and its own, benefits in this program. Um, the synergy with CSUMB, I think, is going to be really great on the side. So I think we just have to see how it goes, and then maybe come back to the council in 90 days and make a report and say, these are the things that we've identified that we think we should fix. These are the things that really haven't been a problem.
thank you, Bob. All right. Any further comments or someone like to make a motion? And we'll go to public. Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Biella?
Yeah, are we now? Are you asking for comments now versus questions?
I should have said any more questions or someone can make a motion. Before we go to public comment. Motion that we adopt the resolution before us authorizing staff to work with Bird, deploy, and the city manager executes the agreement, with the encroachment permit, and that within 90 days, we get some data back on incidents, accidents, problems from both Bird and that kind of concern being conveyed to the staff, to the city council can evaluate whether we need to change anything or improve success. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, I see David gesticulating.
I heard you say, Mr. Mayor, would anyone like to make a motion? And then you articulated a motion, but I didn't hear you say, I'll make a motion. So are you making the sounds like you've made the motion, and in which case I will second it. But if you haven't or didn't intend to make the motion, I should like to make the motion.
Yeah, I made a motion because I waited a while and there was silence. So I wanted to keep things moving. All right, so now any brief comments before we go to public comment? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Okay. One, let me say that I'm not opposed to e-scooters, and I think is healthy a way and expeditious a way to encourage people to not use cars, and so I'm all for that. I think that if a person owns a scooter, they will likely not leave them on the sidewalks. That's not going to be a problem. They own it, and so they'll take good care of it, and they won't leave it sitting on a sidewalk in a public right of way. The rental issue is very different, and so I just want to make sure that we understand that the issues are not about e-scooters. And if the city were to encourage people to buy scooters, because apparently they're not very expensive anymore, but we would then be obliged to promote that by putting in like bicycle racks. You know, I don't know if you can lock up a scooter and stuff, but that would be our obligation. If it's a vendor that's renting these out, then it's, of course, their obligation to promote those because it's their business. And I want just to say that every scooter that is blocking the right of way, I don't care if it's 1 hour or 4 hours or beyond, it really should be seen first as not just a violation of the rules of the e-scooter vendor, but it needs to be looked at as the time frame in which we are allowing this pedestrian um, uh, risk for safety. And I just want to say that as my initial comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So, Councilor David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say welcome to Bert, to Marina, and wish you success. I think any activity, most activities that gets people outdoors and moving is definitely a boon to our citizens and society in general. We feel like we have an unusual town. I don't think there'll be circumstances that will um, cause this approval to be in question, to come into question later on. So, I think all in all, the citizens will approve of the added mobility that the service provides, and we think with the uh, connection to the university, it will once start us down the road through universities, the connection, the dreamed of connection that we've always wanted, and because of lack of real road connectivity, maybe we can achieve this through bicycles and scooters and things like that. So I think we applaud you for the effort. Thank
Mike, one thing that makes us unique is that if these bird scooters are deployed, people will be able to take a scooter onto the railroad and then hop on a hand car. All right, let's go to public comment and start with Perez. John, there you
Are you
go.
there?
Yes. Mhm.
Sorry. Hi, I'm John Perez, and I am low vision legally blind and trying to figure out how to operate this new thing. And I myself and my guide dog have had we're part of the blind community here in Marina. And the last go around, we got clipped by a scooter on reservation. Um, and the promise that you guys are working with is that these things are easily to report to crime. Well, the problem is that if you get hit by them, they're halfway gone, and you have no idea who it was, when it was. You don't have the ability to bring in law enforcement because the situation is already passed. It's already on the sidewalk. And pedestrian right away right now in Marina is challenging enough. We have a lot of sidewalks without handicap accessibility. We have audio signals that are not working. And we're about with the on-call system, put more people on the streets, use the buses, with more people using the sidewalk. This is not the time to be doing scooters. Marina, we should be making sure that the pedestrian right away is as safe as possible now for the pedestrians before we add something new to the system. And I can speak as being a staff person at CSUMB. The scooter usage is down at CSUMB. Students are kind of the bad stage is over. And so I really want to like have you reconsider this. Now I'm not totally, to the credit. I just came back from Madrid and scooters are all over the place. The things that made it work is they were on the street. Two, they had a locking stand that people had to park their scooters into. And three, there was the guardian or national police almost on every corner to make sure people, no one's going to be riding the scooters on the sidewalk in that type of situation. And I don't think this is the time. Let us fix the pedestrian issues first before adding another medium or transport system into the process. And again, I'm speaking from someone who's actually been hit by those. And to say that we're going to review it 90 days later, I don't want to be reporting statistics. I want the problem to be solved before I get there. And the plan sounds like it's an after the fact of the deal. It sounds like only between 8 and 6 blind people be on the street because we won't have any other time to report the situation. Because that is very limited. And so I will end with that. And if you have any questions, I'll answer you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, John. Let's go to Denise. Denise.
Good evening. So, a very brief overview of the previous person. First of all, they just dumped the scooters. They didn't go through the process to even get a business license. So I'm assuming that because we're this far in the conversation, that these gentlemen actually have a business license to operate this in Marina. I'd like to know if the person needs a driver's license, if there's a minimum age. I'd like to know if there's restrictions on the scooters because of the pitch in the road. The road is steep. Are there some roads they can't, uh, or cautions not to use or suggested that they don't use, or even that they can't work on those roads? I disagree with the gentleman that spoke earlier. If if a policeman gives a person a DUI on the scooter, caused them red-handed, there's no second chance on that. They have a DUI. They shouldn't be driving. None. And then I also want to ask about if the scooter damages a vehicle or property, will the company share information with the person's insurance company as to who the driver was, or any information in that? And to the gentleman who just spoke about being flipped by a scooter, hello, there's supposed to be a GPS on that thing. If he had a time and he called into the former company, they should have been able to tell them which of their scooters was in that area at that time. They should have been able to identify that individual for that reason. And if you can't, that's the reason not to have the scooter. Give you back 2 minutes. Bye.
Let's go to Ms. Dale. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Father Perez addressed what I consider an extremely important issue, that we do have people who have limitations where the scooters can present a very real problem, not just visual limitations, but physical limitations. And that needs to be considered. I also look at, the connection, we're talking about the connection between CSUMB and the city of Marina. And to get to the core of Marina, there's only a couple of ways that can be done. All of them require crossing engine, unless you go on the freeway. But I can't see that the scooters go on the freeway. So you can cross engine in California. You can take engine down to reservation and use cycling along reservation. You are really looking at a very dangerous situation, having those scooters riding along Engine Road. You hear all the time complaints about accidents or near accidents at the intersection of California and Engine. So that needs to be considered in this discussion. I want to know if there can be a city ordinance that would require helmets. Number one, reducing the risk, and I'll give you some statistics in a moment to the rider on the scooter. I know it's not a state requirement, and the city requires. The other thing is, I know with vehicles, when I'm out walking, I don't hear electric vehicles. And crossing the street, sometimes it's blind and I can't see, step into the street. Lo and behold, there's a vehicle that I am trying to avoid. So is there a way to require some sort of a sound on the scooters? So people who are visually impaired or mobility impaired would actually hear them, or people like me who just, I'm sorry, I want to be able to hear a vehicle coming at me, and this is a vehicle. So let me give you I looked up a little bit of information on scooters. One of the things that I found is that there are 2.2 accidents per 10,000 scooter miles. That doesn't sound like much, but there are only 0.1 accident per 10,000 miles with cars, and 0.05 accidents per 10,000 miles with motorcycles. So the e-scooters have a much higher rate of accidents. More importantly, is that approximately 40% of accidents cause serious, or they say severe injury. What does that mean? It means not only do they end up in the hospital, most injuries are not reported because they're minor, but 40% end up with them in the hospital. And those severe injuries include fractured bones and organ damage. Why? Because you're not inside a vehicle, you're not protected. I would love to be able to include bicycles, but I couldn't find anything equivalent to bicycles. So I think it's important to understand that the most common injuries are to the upper and lower limbs and the neck. You don't want a head or neck injury, or you'll be one of those with mobility. So I think these are important to understand the risk to the scooter rider, and what can we do as a city in order to keep them safe as well. We want the people with limitations safe, and you want the riders safe. Thank you.
you, Nancy. Let's go to Elizabeth. Richard. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Hi, good evening again. Here. Like Councilmember Biala already mentioned, the mistake in item 15 of the agreement, where it should say maximum instead of minimum. I would like to make sure that you correct not just that you don't just correct that for the 4-hour response time, but also for the 2 hours. And just a suggestion, is it possible to display a QR code on each scooter with contact information in case there are any issues to be reported? Regarding prohibiting use of the sidewalk, it is legal to walk with a scooter or with a bicycle on the sidewalk. So I don't think you can ban those scooters or bicycles on sidewalk. And as mentioned by John Perez, enforcement will be very important to protect pedestrians. In the past, when the scooters of the other company were here, I have asked whether parking areas could be created, especially in phases of developments that have not yet been constructed. I live at the dunes, and there aren't enough options to park scooters or bicycles. I have suggested to adding some concrete paths with a mailbox cluster in the park, and I like tonight's suggestion to create parking areas here and there using the parking space in the street. And maybe these can be chosen at intersections. This can help increase safety because it's easier to see over a parked scooter or several parked scooters than over a full pickup truck that can be legally parked in the street, often close to intersections. So this could be a win-win, I think. And in my experience, users want to do the right thing by parking scooters out of the way, but the sidewalks aren't wide enough to do this. So please look into creating specific scooter and bicycling parking areas near bus stops, including the future bus bay, businesses, but also in the neighborhood. I know people really want to go for commuting between home and work. So I am excited that the students already are back at CSMB, and I hope that this proposed experience can be successful in our city as well. So thank you very much for your time again.
Let's go to Miss Morton.
Hi, thank you for your time. I think that the scooters, I'm still in support of the agreement, so I think they were very, very popular when they were here, and I'd like to see them brought back and made legal. I would go as far as it's legal on the sidewalk. People are going to ride them on the sidewalk. I heard Mr. Price's comment about being hit by one. That's too bad, and obviously very unfortunate. I think it's very rare, though, that's going to happen. What's not going to be rare is these cars will hit these people on the scooters. I'd rather see them on the sidewalk. I ride my bike on the bike lanes all the time. The bike lanes that share the road with cars, very dangerous bike lanes, like on the Reservation Road. You have a sidewalk, and then you've got parked cars, and then you've got the bike lane, and then you've got the traffic lane. So you're out there on this little scooter in the bike lane with a car going 50 miles an hour right next to you. Very, very dangerous. I'd rather see them on the sidewalk. I think they're going to ride them on the sidewalk, whether we make it legal or not. We should go ahead and make it legal to ride them on the sidewalk. So we can have that issue, and we just have to educate people to share the sidewalk. Most of the sidewalks I see in Marina are not very busy very often. And I think that I'd a lot to say for the young people riding scooters, teenagers namely. I think one of the issues I do see is they ride in the same moment and they fly right across the crossway. Instead of stopping, there's nothing, no way you're going to get around that. How they're going to use the things. I'm very supportive of it. I want to make it as free as possible for the people to use and understand if they have an accident car, they're going to get much worse if they run into a pedestrian. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Now we'll close public comment in just a moment. If anyone who has not spoken, raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. Similar to a bike, Denise asked if driver's license or minimum age required to teach.
You do have to be 18 if you rent, and you're in any sort of rental agreement, you have to be 18. We have ways where we can require driver's license, and unfortunately, there are a lot of people that are of age that still have access to a driver's license. We want to dissuade them to be able to use an affordable service. So in some cities we've turned that feature on, but in 98% of them we
Right, so it'd be like riding an e-bike.
Yeah.
Right, is it legal to allow, this question to staff, would it be legal to allow, as Les Martin asks, consumers on,
Anderson, do you have a thought on that?
Rafi or Heidi Quinn? Sorry, Bob.
Can't speak to that one. I'm not sure. No, we'd have to look at that.
All right, well,
My initial feeling is probably, my initial feeling without having done any research towards it is probably no. I think the sidewalks are reserved for pedestrians.
Henry Anderson?
I apologize. I stepped away for a second. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, would it be legal as a member of the public suggested to allow scooters to use our sidewalk?
Currently, would be not. We wouldn't be able to process it. Generally, we don't see them right on the sidewalks very often. They do use the roads, such as that were a problem
I'm not sure who would answer this similar question. Could helmets be required?
Mr. Mayor, the council could decide to develop an ordinance that required helmets to be used for the students, but currently we follow the current code.
Right, Lena, a question a little bit off script. Would you suggest we make helmets required for e-scooters, but not e-bikes or bicycles?
That's a really good question. I think we'd want to talk about that a little bit more internally. Talk it over with the bird folks and get a better sense of that.
My sense is that
for what it's worth, there's not any city in California that does that.
would it be possible to have sound on these scooters to alert people?
It would not. The same risk applies to someone riding a bicycle. Can't really hear someone riding a bicycle.
I forget overlooking the questions and the councilman may have noted. We note John Perez's comments and Nancy Medea's comments. Thank you everybody who provided comments and Denise, Elizabeth, and Les. So let's bring it back to council. Councilmember David Burnett.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in light of the public comment, I think my earlier suggestion or thought about the city doing a quick view over known intersections or intersections that might be problematic, and perhaps prohibiting or restricting the scooters to being walked through these areas. That might be, maybe there's only 3 or 4 of them in the city, but maybe some areas that we already know of that would be best if the rider would just walk the scooter from one side to the other side just to reduce that. In the past iteration with Lime, I'm not aware that there were any serious accidents other than the one that was reported, unfortunate accident that was reported earlier. But maybe if we are aware, if there are some concerns that you would say, Del Monte Reservation, you have to walk the scooter just, for the first 3 months, if that has any impact. That's just my thinking.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Allen.
I think you're on mute.
I do recall that in the first go around with the previous vendor, that on Reservation Road, which I traveled every day, it was amazing how many scooters were blocking the right of way on the sidewalk. Now it sounds like we can make it very clear that they're not riding on the sidewalk, but they were actually just strewn over people's lawns and blocking at the corners of sidewalks. So I have a very different recollection, and they were very unsightly. To see so many just kind of littering the Reservation Road. So maybe I was only sensitive to the beginning part of the scooter trials, but I recall that it was visually as well as safety-wise on the sidewalks quite concerning. But for the reasons that I've said before and some of the speakers, I am going to defer from supporting the bird e-scooters until I see that there is more information about the safety issues at the 90-day period. So I hope that Bird will do everything that they can to ensure the safety and that the responsibility of their customers to the city of Marina residents. So I'll be watching for that. Thank you.
And so now if we could have a roll call vote, please, Rita?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
No.
Mayor Delgado.
I think everyone, that motion passes 2-1. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Viola dissenting. Thank you to everyone who worked on this project, staff and Bird staff and other legal folks. Let's move on to the final item on our agenda, which is rules and procedures for city council meeting conduct. Councilor David Burnett.
I just wanted to make sure that the motion included the language of the 90-day reporting.
I stated the motion. When I stated the motion, it included 90-day reporting of incidents, concerns from both Bird's perspective and the city's perspective as far as their knowledge.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it was in there. Thank you.
Right. Who will lead us through the conduct discussion?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. Well, tonight I will be walking you through some proposed suggestions for meeting efficiency. And so in the spirit of meeting efficiency, I have prepared just a few slides to kind of summarize some of the key points that were raised in the staff report. So bear with me one moment. Maybe that's not working. Let me try to see if I can find it. Okay, well, I'll just have to do it without my slides. So I guess I wanted to start with just an overview, like why am I bringing this forward? So elected officials have a huge body of work to get through, and it has to be accomplished in a reasonable period of time. So if council has a well-organized agenda, there's appropriate opportunities for public comment, and protocol is followed, then you're going to have a very efficient and effective meeting. So that would be the goal tonight. So by way of background, council adopted a resolution in 1980, and it established the council rules and procedures of conduct for the meeting. These rules, a set of rules from the 1980s, they've been modified several times over the years, but primarily in the area of agenda format and a few procedural requirements. So most recently, council directed staff to come forward with some proposed amendments to those rules to increase public participation and increase meeting efficiency. So the areas of consideration for council tonight would be changes to the agenda format, changes to public comment, discussion about meeting preparation and rules of debate. And then not really part of meeting efficiency, but part of the rules would be the action minutes. We can go to the next slide. So the first part that we'll look at tonight is the public participation. So obviously public comment is an essential part of local government meetings, that receiving input is a critical part of the council's role. With that said, it's important to keep in mind the role of public comment. And the purpose of public comment is to inform the council of the public views and not necessarily to engage in debate. So time limits on public comment can be an important tool for running a meeting in a reasonable length. General public comment at the outset, and that includes anything within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, needs to be balanced against the public comment that will be offered later in the meeting for those items that have been placed on the agenda. Certain people have come to speak to those agendized items. And I think about the items that are on the agenda as being the prime time audit items. Those items that are placed on your agenda they reflect the council priorities. And so they shouldn't be delayed or continued by public comment at the outset that takes up more time than anticipated. And in fact, when we have items on the agenda, we often have special counsel, consultants that all attend. And as the meeting gets delayed, we have the expense of having those consultants and counsel on standby essentially. And also people that have made a priority to come to the meeting, for example, to speak on a scooter item, if it is delayed until the end of the meeting or continued, oftentimes those participants, they lose steam as the hours progress and they may not be able to participate fully. So we really want to have the items called when we have them on the agenda so that the public can participate. So the city can adopt reasonable regulations for public comment, including time limits. Most public agencies give up to 3 minutes, which in our set of materials we have proposed would be the maximum. And we say up to 3 minutes to give the council the flexibility to limit the comment period if there are many participants or there's a lengthy agenda, and this can be done a number of ways. It's also recommended that council not respond to those public comments. Rather, staff can make notation or contact the member of the public after the meeting and provide responses. So while the council could provide a brief response, what can happen very easily is that another person is called on to participate, another council member, and it can very easily devolve into a discussion of something that's not on the agenda. So the first thing that we talked about in the staff materials would be to look at the sequence of the agenda items. So currently we have the council announcement and the public comment combined into one. And I think splitting it into 2 items, and this is how it was historically, can be helpful in the demarcation between council and the public and also setting the parameters on any public comment. Also, the consent agenda, we had this come up recently. The agenda could be clarified to provide that while members of the public have the ability to make a comment or ask a question on an item that's been placed on the consent agenda, it would be the council that has the discretion to pull an item from the consent agenda. Right now, the language on the agenda is not that clear. Other ways to affect a change to the public comment, if that's in the council's interest. And again, we're just bringing forward suggestions. It's really for the council to decide what is going to work best for you and how you run your meetings and how you interact with the public. And the rules have to work for you. But in order to make a change to the public comment provisions, there would be changes to the, I'm still on the other side, like a big hook. There would be changes to the agenda and then also to the rules themselves. And there are other ways that the council can encourage public participation the agenda can have in several places that written comments are encouraged. They can be announced in the public session. So if people aren't able to attend, they can send in their written comments. They can be acknowledged. And then the key proposal would be to modify the agenda to allow up to 2 minutes of comment. Another part that we're looking at for changes to the public comment is to, again, refer things to staff or to a future agenda item rather than having a discussion as the questions come up. And also reordering the agenda to have the council hear the public input first. And we'll get that a little bit more in the next slide when we talk about the discussion. But currently, the council will make a motion and then go out for public comment. And so one of the proposals for meeting efficiency and public participation would be to go out to the public comment first and then come back to the council. We can go to the next slide. So again, for meeting efficiency, some ways that the council can handle business a little bit more efficiently would be to, when reviewing the agenda and questions come up, to ask questions of staff in advance. That way, either the council's questions can be answered in advance of the meeting, so the council member doesn't need to take up time at the meeting to have those questions answered. The council member can simply say, I had questions, I met with staff, my concerns have been alleviated, or if it's important for the public to know, it's giving the staff the ability to prepare an adequate answer. In this way, council can have all the information that they need to make the decision. So oftentimes the question will be asked to staff, and the answer is, I don't know, we'll have to check with the staff has to get back. Sometimes the item has to be continued or taken up again at a later meeting. So to have those questions asked of staff in advance. Other suggestions would include looking at the process, again, of how an item is introduced with the staff presentation, followed by only technical questions. So the idea is to have staff make the presentation. The only questions at that time would be a clarifying or a technical question. Very often we get into questions and then that can very easily morph into more of a discussion before the council has gone out for public comment. So by limiting the council input to technical questions, then the council can go out and hear all the input and ideas of the public and then bring it back to the council for the motion and discussion. Other ideas about council efficiency relate to making sure that each council member has an opportunity to weigh in on an item and perhaps limiting the number of times any council person can speak. Oftentimes, if there is a big complicated matter or if it's controversial, the council may go around multiple times, and so the discussion can be quite lengthy. So again, that's an option for council to consider, and so that would be a change that would be made to the rules under the section for debate. As an aside, this isn't really about meeting efficiency, but again, if we look at how the meeting agendas are presented and considered, one of the items are the minutes. The council minutes are very long, and many agencies have adopted the rule of action minutes, which is just reporting the action taken, the fact that there was public comment. It's not really necessary to have a full transcript of what happened at the meeting, given that the meetings are recorded or broadcast on YouTube. It's really takes a lot of staff time and can be kind of duplicative. So I did prepare a draft agenda, but I think at this point it would be better to have any questions about the staff report and then come back and, depending on the direction of council, perhaps at that time go through the agenda, because all of those agenda edits are going to be contingent on what the council decides in terms of public comment and whatnot. And there's just one more slide. So this would just be to discuss potential edits to the council rules and the agenda as currently drafted. Perhaps direct staff to come back with a comprehensive resolution. Right now we have the resolution from 1980, and then I think there may be 12 amendments. We could come back with one comprehensive resolution, so it would be a much easier guide for council to navigate as far as following some of the rules that have been set. There are also potential amendments that could be made to the Marina Municipal Code, and ours is very bare bones about council and council practices. And then another way to help with meeting efficiency would be to offer further training to staff, board, commission, and council members in terms of parliamentary procedure or the Brown Act or Robert Rules of Order. So that I know is kind of a quick high level overview, but that would conclude my report unless you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Let's go to Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the procedures that were originally approved, was it? I was looking through it. I didn't see that the Robert's rules were selected or identified as the governing or referencing order.
Through the mayor, yeah, the council has, I think it's Rule 23. And again, this is the difficulty of that resolution from 1980,
Yeah.
the amendments, right? So
Yes.
I did combine mine so it's searchable, but Rule 23 says, except as otherwise provided in this resolution, other rules adopted by the council or applicable provisions of state law, the procedures of the council shall be governed, to the extent applicable, by the latest revised edition of Robert's Rules of Order. And
Okay.
so,
Well, I was just wondering. So does that include the addition or supplementation by the Rosen? I think it's Rosenberg rules.
again, through the mayor, no, it does not. Many agencies, public agencies, have adopted the more the simpler Rosenberg Rules of Order. But in your resolution, it says
Explicitly Robert.
it says as otherwise provided in this resolution, other rules adopted by the council. So the council has a leeway to adopt the rules that it wants. That would work best for the council.
And my other question has to do with the efficiency of public meetings, I guess, in to a large extent, is governed by the interaction back and forth between the governing body and the public, and in some instances, staff. So, would you bring back, or could you bring back in your comprehensive, what might be or more fair? Efficiency in government, those two words don't seem to work out well with me, but that's another issue. So I'm just wondering, is there another way that the public could ask questions of staff outside of public meetings that would be helpful? It would be difficult because the agenda is published and then we have the meeting, and so there really isn't a lot of opportunity between Friday and Tuesday for the public to staff doesn't work on the weekend, so it would be a terrible Monday trying to respond to that. I'm just wondering, could you, in your comprehensive review, look at the possibility of publishing an agenda on a day a week ahead of time, so that there would be ample time for public to ask questions of staff and then actually have the meeting. I'm just trying to eliminate that, takes up a lot of bandwidth, these questions. And so I'm just wondering if there's some way, staff is cringing at the thought of opening themselves up for a week of questioning, but I'm just, that does seem to take up a lot of time. And some of the questions are very quick. Um, and the timing of the agenda and the public meeting, I know, for planning commission and for council meetings, it's hard for the commissioners and for the council members to get all their questions together by Tuesday evening. And so I'm wondering if um, your comprehensive response could look at alternatives to the current question procedure. So that's my initial question. Thank
All right, who would like to answer that
So, let me take a stab into it. Mayor Pro Tem Biala has a year ago was asked about this, and we can sort of look at it. Um, but I can tell you from our staffing point of view, if we want to do that, we would have to hire um, a significant number of more staff. Because essentially, we would we just have the staffing to be able to focus everything on getting the one packet out, and then you have the council meeting, and then you have your follow up, and then you hear everyone up, all the teams for the next council meeting, and something like that. You're going to have two concurrent, um, and we don't have the staff to do it. We can certainly tell you exactly what staff that we would need to be able to do that, um, and so that's a follow up that we do. And I think we also need to do a little bit more research into best practices on questions and really the purpose of the questions. From my experience, the questions are not necessarily there to get all answered by the public. The questions are posed to the council to listen to, and then as the council has their discussion and their debate, and they may want answers to some of those questions, but the question often is as good as a comment. And so they're just raising that, and that's an important part of the council weighing of issues. And if they need something to answer, they can certainly answer that. So that's kind of my
you. Could I ask a follow up question?
Please.
So, is there a way to differentiate? There are questions that are comments, yes. And then there are those questions that could be answered very quickly. I'm just wondering if there would be some way of, you've done this for a while. I've done this for a while. There are certain kinds of questions that we can anticipate. I'm just wondering, is there a way that we could, in the agenda, we could pre-publish anticipated questions? How much is it going to cost? How much is it going to take? Those kinds of things that would help, I think, eliminate maybe some of the questions that we've gotten. I mean, most of the questions we get from the public, I think, are about specifics related to a project that I think we could anticipate some of it. And just trying to think of a way that we could, streamline things. But streamlining is not my ambition because I think hearing from the public is our number one priority. That's why we're having this meeting.
David, you have a question right now.
So that was my question. I was explaining what the question was. I get my explanation. So I'll leave it at that.
Answer the question, please.
So let us talk to staff about that. We can get back to you on that.
All right, let's go to Councilor Heidi Quinn.
I could add something to that, Mayor, as well. I think, when we talk about training at the end, there are certain predictable questions that the public could be expected to ask. So part of that could be the education and the development of the staff report so that the information that's necessary for the decision is in the staff report. Another part of that is, again, if the focus of the meeting is for the council to do business and to the public express their views, a lot of the questions could be incorporated into the council discussion when it comes back. So rather than addressing each person individually, the council has the discretion to decide whether this is a question that needs to be answered in order for the council to make a decision.
Muted.
It's just a bad day for me to note that. So on the page 7 where we have the procedures, I really like the wording of clarifying technical questions, that we should just really be asking questions for which we really don't know the answer to. I think that's, that's been sort of morphing all the time into comments. But, the number 7, I just want to make sure that I understand this, because right now it seems like council, we're supposed to be asking questions, and then we have brief comments, then we go to motion, and then we have, after the motion, we have another bite at the apple. So right now we have 2 bites of the apple and questions. Now, the way this is, number 7 is when we make a motion and then we discuss. But we haven't, if we did technical questions the way it's supposed to be, we wouldn't have discussion. So we only have 1 bite at the apple, and I'm concerned about that. But what I would like to see is discussion first, then a motion, then discussion after the motion. So is that possible? I mean, because it seems like we seem to be cutting ourselves out from discussing.
Through the mayor, as I said at the outset, we just came forward with a basket full of suggestions, and so these have to work for your council so that you feel like you're getting the information that you need. You have the ability to discuss, and you're getting the public input. And in the staff report, we were merely referencing Rosenberg's rules of order. And the reason they like the motions first, so staff presents, technical questions are answered. So this is to inform everybody what is actually before the council. It goes out for public comment. When it comes back, you have the staff report. Every staff report has that recommended action in the motion. So that's really what's before the council. So this is just one way of doing it, having that motion at the outset to really focus the discussion. The motion before the council is approval. I'm just giving an example, an approval of agreement for scooter. That is the motion that's going forward. So that really focuses the discussion. It's really about this agreement, not about X, Y, or Z. That's one way of doing it. That was just how Rosenberg's rules of order recommended to keep that discussion focused, because as you said, that's what happens. Technical questions can become a discussion. It can come back after public comment, more discussion, and then a motion, and then discussion. So, but again, it has to work for the council, what feels comfortable for you to get the information you need.
Okay, so that is possible to add another discussion point before the motion, and then a brief comments, as we did just now, a brief comments after the motion. And I usually see that. So, okay, so that's possible to recommend that. Yes.
Yeah. And another thought with that is if you can do discussion slash motion, because how you talk about the issue is now before the council. The staff report laid out the motion, the recommendation, and really it's all part of the council. Some items are very straightforward. The council need to say, we want to make a motion for it and move on. Others, council will say, this is going to need more in-depth discussion. Let's discuss it. other items may be controversial, and you may want to have a motion on the floor just to get a sense of where the council is going so that you can direct the discussion.
So we'll discuss that more later. I'm just asking questions right now. But okay, so you have on 7 rules of debate. So I really like this that you're not allowed to speak more than once on any subject matter until every other council member desiring to do so has spoken. But you could go more round robin after that. Can we put like a 5-minute time frame on each of those? I mean, you still might talk a half an hour, but at least you do it 5, 5, 5, and then you come back again 5, 5, 5. Is that possible to implement something like that? Is that done anywhere?
I haven't seen that done anywhere. I've been working with public agencies. That doesn't mean that it's not right for Marina. So again, you have the ability here to look at all of your rules that you've had for the past 40 years and what you could modify to work for you. Some bodies, not everybody speaks to an issue. In Marina, every council person speaks to an issue. So you just have to figure out how do you let every council member have their say and still adjourn your meeting before midnight.
And then this isn't on here, but I want to ask whether there is such a thing as after the vote is taken. What I have seen, and there's something wrong with this, but I don't know what it is that people then discuss the issue after the vote. So they may start saying, well, I really voted this way because I felt bad about whatever. And it's like that the time for that was before the vote. So is there something in some rules and procedures that disallow that?
Through the mayor, your rules specifically allow, it's called a protest against council action, and that's Rule 22. So you have a specific rule that gives any council member the right to state the reasons for dissent or protest and have that entered into the minutes. I would like the minutes to show I'm opposed. And so that's what I have seen here too on the vote. So that's a rule that you can change because you're correct. Once the vote is taken and the majority has spoken, it's the majority rule that prevails, right? And then there's the duty of loyalty to support that decision.
Yes. I remember distinctly when I was on the planning commissioner, Chair Burnett, I asked him, I take a comment after the vote, and he said, no. And I said, okay. So I learned that was the way to do it, and it was much more efficient and fair, I think, to not open up another debate. Okay, so let's see. Okay, notes here. Okay, so you say that on best practice for staff to note input or questions and provide responses at a later date. Is it only to the individual you're asking, or is it in the minutes later, or can somehow everyone who asks a question, at least that information be shared with everyone else? They're all listening to the question publicly, but if it's only to the individual, nobody knows what the answer is. So how do you make that more public, the answer? And I don't know, when you said provide responses at a later date, I didn't know how you intended that to be. How do you, just to the individual, or can it be sort of more publicly noticed?
Through the mayor, I have seen other public agencies, usually if a person from the public comes forward with an issue, it's personal to them. The fence is encroaching on my yard, a tree fell, they want a specific remedy. And so I'm not sure that that information would need to be public during that meeting. Sometimes staff members not prepared, sometimes there could be exposure to liability for the answer and things like that. It could always be a comment, we will look into that, we will get back to you. It could be reported at the next meeting. It could be information that's provided, especially if it's something that's of concern to many people. example, like what happened to the celebration? And staff isn't prepared. And then we could say, we'll look into that, we'll report back at the next meeting, and then that could be provided on the website.
Okay, great. So it might be providing individual and or public um, responses. Okay. Let me see. Okay, on page 12, we have public hearings. I didn't quite understand this. I understand what you're saying about the quasi-judicial determination by the council can get up to 10 minutes. And by the way, it's been very difficult for many of us to know what a quasi-judicial um, item is versus non. So it's not quite self-explanatory, even for those of us who've been on planning commission, et cetera. But I understand they would be given 10 minutes. Then you say all other persons may be given up to 3 minutes to speak. But that's, you're talking about public comment, right? You're just reiterating again that there's individual public speakers only have 3 minutes. And then you go and say if there's a non-quasi judicial, then those persons would be given up to 3 minutes to speak also. So the individual, it's just kind of confusing because one, we don't understand necessarily what a quasi-judicial versus a non, and they get different, different time allotments. And then you throw in the usual individual public speaking is 3 minutes. And I don't know whether it was just confusing to have that inserted there when you were talking about the second one with non-quasi-judicial at 3 minutes. So I think you've already covered, that people get a certain amount of time for public, and I would say that this would be more helpful if you define what's a quasi-judicial. I'm not sure if we understand that. And question number 6, you talk about AB 1234 reports. Most of us don't know what that is, so I don't know what that. If you could explain what that is.
Through the mayor. Certainly the agenda can be clarified because the council always has discretion to alter the hearing process or something like that. But generally, a quasi-judicial is when the council is acting like a judge. And this would really be when they're looking at an individual right, an individual set of rights. So a quasi-judicial matter could be an appeal hearing that's going to affect the property owner, it's a specific set of rights. It could be approval of a development agreement. It could be approval of some type of permit. That's and the difference would be the legislative, and that is when the council is enacting a regulation that is going to affect everybody going forward. So that would be an ordinance for cannabis, would be legislative. It would not be quasi-judicial. However, the dispensary coming forward for the permit, the council would have to act in a quasi-judicial manner and decide on that particular permit. And when you're impacting a particular person's or entity's right, there are higher due process concerns that come into play. And so that's why if I'm coming forward for a permit, I'd be the applicant or the proponent, and I would be allowed more time to give my side of the story or plead my case versus there's going to be an ordinance citywide that requires a bike helmet or scooter helmet, for example. There is no applicant or proponent, and typically in a legislative matter, so all members of the public just get 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes on that. So that would be the difference there. However, we can easily adapt the agenda to take out the quasi-judicial reference and just speak about applicants and regular public comment.
Yeah, I think that might be better. Okay, let's see.
If I could just add one comment on that, I think that I agree that might be better quasi-judicial because we typically, whether it's a quasi-judicial or a regular legislative type action applicant, we will typically always give the applicant time to speak regardless. And so I think with that context, probably best to take out type of judicial, and that's a typical format. Is the applicant opponent get up to 10 minutes, with the council, and then the public 3 minutes after that.
Great. And in this review here, we don't ever see anything on our two-step or three-step process. Two-step, right? Two. Can we see some language about that in all of this? I mean, is it appropriate to come into this document?
Samir, I am not sure what you mean by the two-step process.
There you go.
It's the process for a council member getting an item on the agenda before the council. And it's an informal process, not officially adopted, but we can certainly clarify in our policies and procedures the steps or the path for council members to get items.
Great. Yeah, because we don't know necessarily how it originates even. So we know that that's a process that's important, but we don't necessarily have a step by step. And then we have a lot in this on rules of decorum, and I know that many other public agencies have really done a much more robust policy on this, and I would like to see us do that. Whether I know you haven't prepared for that this time, but is that possible? That we can have that. We just have like a few lines about it, and others have developed full policies on it.
We can certainly do that. In fact, Heidi and I have been looking at other posts by agencies on the code of conduct. Monterey, she just shared with me one of Monterey. They've just adopted theirs with a code of conduct really pertaining to districts and how council should be represent the district and still represent the whole city. I know other cities done that, so I like that's a direction of other council we can work on that and bring that back.
Yeah, and I know Monterey One Water also did a one recently in the last 2 years. I think there are lots of good ones that have specific reasons for why they do that. Okay, so that's all for right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
How do you Elaine and have you seen other cities have public comment for items not on the agenda later in the meeting?
Yeah, I definitely have seen it later in the meeting. I think most have it at the start. Some will limit it to say 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes, we'll continue to the end of the meeting if there's time. But that certainly is an option. But my experience is most will have it at the start. I think where it gets to a problem is if it, as Heidi mentioned, starts to take over the meeting, then the council probably needs to look at different options.
Elaine, how disruptive would it be to our flow of our city council meetings if we were to schedule public comment 8 p.m. or as close thereafter as the active agenda item is completed?
So you'd schedule, can you say that again? I'm not sure I understood that.
How much will it disrupt the flow of the meeting to agendize public comment for items not on the agenda to occur at 8 p.m. or as close thereafter 8 p.m. as possible when the active agenda item is completed, when it was happening at 8 p.m.
Yeah, Heidi, go ahead.
I just, I'm not sure if they're through the mayor. I'm trying to think of it, but I know at one time many public agencies had public comment at the end, and it was determined not to be fair because, it's part of the Brown Act. We have to allow members of the public to comment on anything that's in the subject matter jurisdiction of the body. So to push it all the way to the end, you weren't getting that. The public didn't really have the ability to weigh in. You're trying to set it at a specific time. There's always the issue with the timed agenda. Council can't keep on track.
That was going to be my thought is I think it might cause problems to put it at a specific time. Because if you had, like today where we had a shorter, with all your proclamations and things were done, and you waited for public comment, and you had to wait until 8 o'clock to start. That might need to sort of for a little bit. You might have
All right. If we did what was suggested a couple minutes ago, and we said public comment starts at 6:35, just keep things the way they are, as far as when it happens. But we did go with a 30-minute maximum. Then when will we hear the rest of the public comment after 30 minutes?
potential option would be continue it to the end of the meeting. And then that all depends on, I guess, the time that would be difficult if it continued to the end of the meeting. The end of the meeting really goes till 11 or 11:30. And at that point, you say you don't really want to continue the public comment, but they've waited for 4 hours.
Would it be legal not to continue the public comment before we adjourn?
Through the mayor, the council can enact reasonable regulations that are fair. So I think one way of doing it so that you're fair to everyone would be to say, if you opened up general public comment, how many people are here to speak tonight? And if there were 100 people that were going to speak on items not on the agenda, then the mayor or the council in their discretion could say, we have so many people here tonight, we're going to limit it to 1 minute each. I think that might be a more equitable way than to let half the people speak and continue the other half to the end of the meeting. And typically, your public comment, people speaking, is just 3 minutes. I think that some of the ways that the council addresses public comment that become lengthier. And so I think it would be, more disciplined about this is our public comment and we have a priority of our agenda items. Certainly answering a quick question, making a comment to, those types of things. But if things look like they need more time, then refer it to a future agenda item. But I would.
Okay, I'm sorry, Hattie.
Okay. I would be concerned about making people wait until the end of the meeting.
My question was, would it be legal to make them wait to the end of the meeting and then adjourn the meeting before continuing public comment? Or is it required that everyone has a chance to do general public comment off the agenda items to speak?
Mayor, I don't think I have a quick and easy answer about the legality. I think this council is very committed to public input, and there are many different ways that you can allow the public to participate. And that seems more complex. I'd have to think it through. Unfortunately, I can't give you an answer right on the spot.
Okay. Wayne, I'm thinking verbal comments versus email comments. Have you seen other cities say something like, have a policy, something like, Okay, during public comment, we encourage your input, but if you want responses to your questions or concerns, please email us. And that way we have it in writing, we'll do it that way instead. But we don't allow back and forth. So yeah, so have you seen that notice?
Yeah, I think that that's very typical on the general public comment, not on a public comment on an agendized item, but on the general comment. I think that is typically the way that it's handled, is either you give the appropriate staff contact person or phone number, or we just come to contact the city clerk and deputy city clerk, and or like you said, email the question, and staff will definitely respond back to you.
Okay, I think sometimes people do that because they want the public to hear your question and the answer. Why is this happening? I want to know why it's happening. Who's responsible? So if you told them to email this, they would respond. Then how do we satisfy their need for the response to be shared publicly? The desire for the response to be shared publicly.
That's a good question. And I think part of the broader issue is we start to creep into Brown Act issues. And so somebody has, if they make a comment or a question because they just want a dialogue or discussion or response, then that really becomes an item that was not scheduled on the agenda. So someone didn't come to the meeting, and then all of a sudden, questions, and answers, and things were given, and it wasn't an item on the agenda. So I think it even gets a little bit broader than that. But I understand the question that people sometimes do. They don't necessarily they want the public to hear it all. I'm not sure how to address that.
When we say in Heidi's proposal in the staff report, that technical questions would be allowed after staff presentations, will we have a definition and some examples of what are some technical questions and what are not?
That's a really good question. Like in our scooter discussion, I was kind of texting Heidi and asking that same thing. Okay, which of these would be technical questions? Which would not be technical questions? Um, and I think we'd have to work on that.
Because the game that we've played for years is you put a question information on the end of your sentence, you can turn your comments into questions. But that's the only way I have of sort of saying, ask your question.
Right.
Constantly, almost every meeting, telling people, please state your question. It's hard for me and others to stay in a question mode. So I'm trying to think of how and this technical question is the way around it. I'm doing it right now. So how do we limit questions to technicalities?
So Heidi, do you have anything to add right now?
In this technical question period, I've always heard it as clarifying questions, and typically it's really the bare bones because a lot of the questions are they're part of a bigger discussion, and so it would just be council clarifying questions with staff. What don't I understand about your staff report? A brief comment, and then hear what the public has to say. And then the public often raises questions that council also wants answered, and it can be part of council's list because again, we're just wanting to get the input of the public, right, on what they've read in the staff report or what's been presented. So council has plenty of opportunity to ask all these questions once public comments close and it's brought back to the council.
Okay, whether you call it clarifying or technical, I think we'll have the same issue. It'll be up to me as a chair. Is that clarifying? No. The person asking the question may not like my interpretation. I think it's wrong. So I just hope that whatever we call it, whatever we call it, can you please give us examples in the future so that we know what the site will be.
Yeah,
Right. And then,
we'll definitely do that.
Heidi, you just snuck in brief comments with clarifying questions. Does that open up a whole other worm? You want to leave it at clarifying questions, no brief, no comment.
Through the mayor, I think it should be a clarifying question. What's the term of the agreement? Is the consultant here to answer questions tonight? That type of thing. Just what do I need to finish the staff report? And let's hear from the public.
Okay. Since you mentioned the word brief comments, that's what I asked the question. So there was at some place that you were talking earlier about allowing brief comments. I forget when that was in the sequence of our agenda discussions. So is there a time in what you're recommending that you allow brief comments? Or is there only unlimited comments after public comment?
Through the mayor, I should be more careful with my words because I, as presented in the staff report, the suggestion would be staff presentation, clarifying questions or technical questions. Those would be brief questions that are needed for the public to weigh in, public comment, bring back, and then council can ask questions, make comments, have that robust discussion.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'd like to ask Kathy a question. Kathy, I thought sometime tonight you were talking about you can make comments but not go beyond 5 minutes so that the person waiting hasn't spoken. So doesn't have to wait so long. So is there a time that you think would be fair? You mentioned 5 minutes earlier. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So just like our council, our attorney said, we do first clarifying questions, not opinions, not long comments. We go to public comment, then we have a comment period before the motion. And Heidi, I wanted you to speak a little bit more about how common of a practice that is and why it is. So we do a robust comment period after the public weighs in, and then we do the motion, and then we have brief comments like, I'm going to vote this way because whatever, so it's kind of like you're synthesizing, right after the motion, and then we vote. So that's how I see this, is clarifying questions, public comments, a robust discussion or debate, which is the lengthy comments. We go to the motion, we have brief comments, and then the vote. That makes sense.
Through the mayor, that makes sense to me. And again, every council is different. I have one client with the staff report, we immediately make the motion and go out to the public. So again, the rules have to work for this council, and that does seem like that would be something that would work if there are very few technical questions, public comment period, and then coming back for that robust discussion motion, and then your council does like to have that comment period afterwards, right?
Brief comment.
Right.
So Heidi, I would see the result being, is it true that it would be, you still have 2 bites of the apple, but the brief comment vote would be after a motion was made, instead of like it is now, before it goes to public comment.
I mean, I don't, again, it's up to the council what you want to do. But
No, I'm asking you if that would be the result. And if you said yes, what we just talked about, would the result be that you still have 2 bites of the apple, but the short comment, the brief comment bite, which right now is before, it goes after the motion and before public, would be after the motion and after public. I'm trying to understand, just to make sure.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is, because like in the staff report, you mentioned, you go around to every council member, didn't put a time limit on it, but every council member would have a opportunity to comment. So I think this is kind of what you're talking about in the brief comments. So it comes back, and then doesn't necessarily have to go to every council member, but every councilor has the ability to make a brief comment on it, and then after that, go into more robust discussion if needed.
Could I just clarify, because that is very different than what I just said.
Yeah, I know what you just said, Kathy, and I want to make sure everyone understands what you just said. And isn't it true that the proposed sequence would be clarifying questions, public comment, robust discussion?
With a 5-minute presentation and all of that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Robust discussion, vote.
No, motion, brief comments, and then we'll vote.
Sorry. Right. So clarifying question, public comment, robust discussion on council,
yes.
Motion,
yes.
Brief comment
yes.
on council,
yes.
and then vote.
Yes. Yes.
Is that in the staff report? Or is the second bite at the apple a modification to the staff report?
That's gone. The second bite is gone. That's why I asked about putting on another.
Okay. So now back to that. If you bring back the brief comments after the motion is made, what is the definition of brief? And I was thinking, and here's my question, would it be reasonable for that brief comment to be 30 seconds or less? I'm going to vote no because of this, or I'm disappointed because of this. Something short, would that be, would that cover the brief opportunity, 30 seconds?
I think so.
All right, well, I hope we remember that during the motion. I think when we say brief, I need as a chair, comment. Okay, on to the 2 steps. Is it helpful, Lane, to have a 2-step process? It's not formal. It's always been sort of hearsay, not written down anywhere.
I think it'd be helpful to have it written down.
I guess I'd like to ask Councilman Burnett and Councilman Biala, do you want to have a 2-step process? Has it caused more trouble on this one?
Go ahead. I, the whole purpose is if any one of us wanted to bring something to the agenda, I don't know how to do it except, informally to say, Lane, can we put this on the agenda? But what if Lane disagrees? Then what are my options? So I think that's why it seemed like that's the purpose of it, but I don't know because it's not written down anywhere.
What if it was a 1-step instead of 2-step?
That's an interesting thing because the 2-step, everybody always, in order to find out if you want to have it on for the next meeting, you have to talk about what it is so the people know whether they want it or not in the next step. And it's so confusing. It always is confusing because you can't propose something to be on an agenda for the next meeting when you're not talking about what it is. So it was really confusing the 2 times that I've been a part of that.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett. Just to answer that question, Dave, and then I'll take the floor back, give it back to you later.
Of course. The two-step process has never been confusing to me. I think it's stated that way so that everybody has an opportunity to think about what's being proposed. You reduce it to a one step. Um, it doesn't allow for the proper attention necessary to respond to whatever's being asked. So the two step is a safeguard that things are thought of. Deliberation should be part of how we address it. So if we reduce it down to a one step, to me, it just takes away the opportunity to really fully form, fully flesh out. You may propose something, and then you may hear something in the interim that says, "Oh, but what about this in addition to that?" Or maybe that's not just such a good idea. So I would not be in favor of eliminating it.
So, Lane, would it be reasonable if tonight's motion said, take a further look at the two-step, find out what other cities do to get items on the agenda? Probably we're the only people ever on the planet that has a two-step, maybe not. Then bring back to us a couple of options. Two-step is well written that we can reduce the gray area and an idea of what other cities do so we can choose how to move ahead with getting council members the right to put a motion on the agenda item on the agenda. Does that
Yeah,
sound reasonable?
very reasonable. We'd be happy to do that.
Right. Let's go back now to Councilmember David Blue.
So as a follow-up to that, before I get into my general question, uh, why not have the council suggest future agenda items at the beginning of the agenda? I think that's one of the problems. We never get to it. That's part of the issue. Okay, so my other question is, I would like you to also consider the use of the consent agenda. I don't think we're maximizing the efficiency that it really does afford us. I think,
David, do you have a question?
the question is, yes, that are there items that we are not putting on the consent agenda that should be, that maybe we could um, preload them in some way, put out some information about it in the public and saying, on this meeting, this consent agenda item will be presented. So folks have a chance to react. So it wouldn't be the next meeting, but the meeting coming up. So people are thinking about it. And then at the consent agenda, people will have had time to send in information. Staff will have a chance to
It's a
reply
long
to that.
question, David.
And I'm getting to it. There was no stipulation as to how long a question could be. Thank you very much. So that we could improve the efficiency of the consent, because right now it's the same. Maybe we should have categories of action items, public meetings. There are, this is a
David, I have to interrupt. This is not a
No,
question.
you don't have to interrupt. You are going to interrupt me, but you don't have to.
Trying to follow. This is our problem, right?
Well, no, that's not the problem. The problem is this is not the forum for discussing it. So I'm asking you to clarify the question. My thought process is a little more circuitous than your thought process. So I want to make sure that I'm covering all the bases in the time.
Well,
Can we answer David's question, right?
yes, we can certainly look at items supposed to put on the consent agenda. I think our bigger problem with the consent agenda is items being pulled off the consent agenda and those turn into big discussion items. We can certainly do that. Mayor, I can interject since it's 9:30. We've got a lot of questions. Maybe we can go into public comment. If we're close to
Not according to our process. If it's okay with everyone, I think we're pretty well talking out here. Let's go to public comment. Thank you for being patient. Let's start with Mike Owen. Welcome, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Very, very good discussion.
Excuse me, Mike, you're staticky, like you're bumping the microphone, and you're very quiet all of a sudden.
you approach any comments, clarifications from the council court, which I generally support. There's no problem with 3 minutes communication for public input. And I think having public input before motion is made generally is going to be a benefit. I think my own impression is that the biggest problem about meetings going too long is because the council doesn't start them on time at 6:30. So I know the statutory law that will commit at the next meeting when it comes up to giving you a report of the year's past council meetings to start when the last is happening. Because I believe that's even the biggest problem. That's what we do. And maybe the meetings for certain, didn't start until 7:30. So I think it's really nice to limit it to this year. Self-discipline to start the meetings on time. I don't think your solutions are really going to help. Thank you.
Mike. Let's go to Les Martin.
I
Welcome
just want to, hi, want to support the change you want to make. I think limiting the public comment is fine. 4 minutes is very long. 3 minutes is more than adequate. I think some of the meetings just drag on because the guy just has too many questions. So you're guilty, not the public, but I mean, I do understand the Brown Act when you can talk to each other. It's like the only time you can talk to each other in the group. So I understand why it happens sometimes. And maybe as a joke, you might want to limit any discussion of anything live plant at the end of the meeting because you always talk about an hour or two when you talk about a live plant. But overall, I really support your changes. I like them a lot. I thought Brian McCarthy had some comments too. You made them look like you incorporated those. A nice job on the changes. It did look like you had something in 1980 was like 15, 20 pages long. I don't think you addressed all of those issues. It might be nice to get together some kind of new product really accomplish all those pages. Thank you.
Let's go to Nancy Amadeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council members. And I'm not sure. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, because all of a sudden I saw my name with my hand up and wasn't sure if I was being heard. My comments are really very brief. I actually really think this is wonderful. I think it tightens things up, which has been a serious issue, and how time is used and maybe not used appropriately. My only question is under rules of debate, it says limitation of debate. No council member shall be allowed to speak more than once on any particular subject until every other council member desiring to do so shall have spoken. I'm assuming council member includes the mayor. But then it also says council members may speak twice on a given subject. So you go around once and then you go around again and you're not allowed to talk about it anymore. I don't know that there should be a limitation on how many times you go around because when one council member brings a subject matter up or that they wish to discuss on a particular item, it actually engages other council members, whether they agree, they disagree, or they think of something else that should be added. And if they've already had their two bites of the apple, that is no longer part of the discussion. So I think that the council members may speak twice on any given subject should probably be eliminated, but certainly that every council member, including the mayor, should not be speaking until all who have desired to speak have had an opportunity. And then doing the same thing again until nobody wants to talk about it anymore. That's my only comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I did provide written comments for the record, but I kind of want to, most of those were kind of involving semantics, and I want to just add and emphasize a few points. First, I would just really encourage the council to consider who their audience is. I think that the attorney made reference to these meetings are really important for the council. And so I think about, when we do things like make recreation announcements, which, sometimes go on for quite a bit. Are we considering who our audience is and are they listening? 'Cause I can almost promise you that there's probably not a lot of working families that are listening at 6:30 to find out when your kid's next recreation event is going to be. So maybe we can consider eliminating those altogether and instead putting them out by another medium, whether it's email blast or on the website. Um, and I do think there's some value to considering moving general public comment or council announcements to the end of the meeting. Um, I'm going to try to say this constructively, but what I have heard over the last year are these council announcements that get very competitive. Kind of like, no, I'm the best council member. I did this, this, and this. No, no, I'm the best council member. This is what I did. So I don't always hear a lot of value in what's being said. And again, I'm kind of trying to be funny, but also constructive at the same time. So as a council, I think, hopefully folks will hear me and really consider who their audience is when they make those kind of announcements and decide how much time they want to take some of the competitiveness out of it. In my written comments, I did mention also in terms of the language saying that the mayor can decide to shorten public comment. I would encourage you to add the language of unless, or notwithstanding a majority vote of council. And the reason for that is if there's an item that perhaps the mayor doesn't want to hear a lot of public comment on, he can say, or she can say, okay, public comment is 30, 45 seconds for this. So I think there needs to be a mechanism by which the majority of the council can say, well, no, actually, I think we want something different. So just kind of a recommendation for consideration there. Let's see. I think that's the bulk of my comments. I'll continue to provide written comments if this isn't going to be completely decided on tonight. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Tommy Marina.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, having the public at the beginning of any agenda item, I think is a disadvantage because of the proceeding or the case, well, in this case, agenda item goes forward, then more questions come up. And I think it's a disadvantage having the public speak at the beginning. Strategically, it gives an advantage to public officials versus the public because now I don't know what to ask at the beginning. Even though I would say I need to be more proactive and read the agenda before you have the city council. Yeah, I admit it. I'm weak on that. I need to be more proactive. But to have me ask for public comment at the beginning, I think is a disadvantage. It's like you have somebody ask a witness a question, but you can't cross-examine them. Now, that's not the way it works. Once the witness is spoken, then he's subject to cross-examination. I mean, you have a lawyer present here, so, I mean, and then you want to reduce our time? I mean, you guys talk all the way to midnight, and then you give me 4 minutes to talk. And now you want to reduce that to 3 minutes, and you make it sound like the public comment is the whole problem. That's the part that gets me. You're working on, you talked about 4 minutes, 3 minutes, public comments, this and that. Oh my God, it's like you're taking up all the time. We're not taking up no time. I mean, most of these agenda items are all passed. They all go the city's way anyway. As long as I can put my comment on record and it's on the file, that's all I care about. Because I don't think I've made a difference, or anybody's made a difference on trying to do something you guys need to do that the public made a difference. I've never seen that happen. Maybe it has, but I haven't. And now you're just trying to get the public to talk less and get your agenda item, which is going lightning fast now anyway. My God, you already got 3 or 4 hotels, you got hot shops, you got liquor stores, tattoo shops. My God, you got it all your way.
Tommy, can you please confine your comments to the 15 at the end.
Okay, it's just and another, I don't understand. You guys take statements all night long, and then I get to talk for 3 or 4 minutes, and I have to do it in the form of a question. It sounds like a court proceeding. But the only way I can ask a question would be later on in the agenda. So when all you guys would talk, then I would be writing my questions down because more things are brought up. So having public comment at the beginning would be a disadvantage for the public. To me, it's a strategic move that's a disadvantage for the public. I know it. You guys get to make statements all day, and I know you got to ask it in the form of a question. But I mean, yeah, I watch Jeopardy every day, but that's Jeopardy. That's a game show. So when I come here, this is the public government, and I still have to ask it in the form of a question, which is like a proceeding in a courtroom. Okay, if that's the way the rules are, right? If you guys make statements all night, why can't the public make statements other than questions? That's my comment. Good evening.
Tommy, and just to be clear, the public is never required to ask questions. It's always questions, comments, whatever the public wants to say on the agenda matter when they speak. They're never required to put anything into a question. All right. I didn't write down any questions that public comment had. We'll go ahead and close public comment now. Did I miss any questions? Others may have noted. Okay. So now let's go to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biella. Muted.
Tonight the night that we can make a decision, or is this?
We can take tonight as far as we want, 100% or something less than 100%.
Okay. So I put down, we've discussed so many things, and I would like to suggest some issues. And the first is on the general public comment. I really like the mayor's questions about how we can better manage that piece, because it does take an awful lot of time. And it seems to me that we could limit it to 30 minutes. And I know at the Coastal Commission, if they don't finish, then they put it at another later date in the afternoon, for example, when they start in the morning. So this isn't the main comment period for the public. And I don't think that we should feel that making some limits on that in the face of the major priority of what's on the agenda. So I think it would be good if we had a limit, and then the mayor uses their discretion to ask people how many are going to speak, because if there's 30 people, we can do 30 with 1 minute each. Or if there's only 15, then we're fine with 2 minutes. Maybe you can gauge that, and then you move the rest of the folks to the end, because our priority is giving respect to people in general comment. There's no urgency. They can come back the next meeting too and be, giving the same comment if they wanted, because it's not on the agenda. And so I think that makes sense. And in the beginning also, I really like Brian's idea that we need to maybe think about recreation and council announcements in a different way. That those don't have to take up council time in lieu of our important agenda. That we find a newsletter or something, or we post it as a newsletter with the agenda. Then, so it comes on the same meeting, but we're not using up council time for any of that. I think that that makes a whole lot of sense to me. And then we've talked about the way of the process now. So we actually maintain our 2 bites of the apple, but the major change is the robust discussion comes after public comment. So just to clarify again, it's one, clarifying questions, brief questions, clarifying questions. Don't use the term brief. Clarifying questions that go to public comment. We give a robust debate and comments.
And I do like the section of that we limit it to 5 minutes if we can do that, and then until all council who wants to speak can speak, and then we keep going back round and round. And I agree with Nancy Amadeo that we shouldn't have a restriction on that. So everybody gets on council to hear, to say what they want, but it's not one or two people dominating the discussion, and that we build on each other's comments. So I like that idea. And then we go to the motion, and then a brief comment. And I think 1 minute, not 30 seconds, might be good. 1 minute, and then we do the vote. And then there's no comments after the vote. We don't open up another discussion and comment period when people want to justify their vote to the public. So we have to kind of curb that thing too. So there are just a lot of different things that I've written down, smaller things. Just some additional words. I don't think we need to do that. For me to cover that, unless I'm supposed to do that now. Um, let's see. This is just a process thing, but I think it's kind of a legal thing too. As we have moved to remote meetings, we should rename ourselves on the screen, because if we're sitting at the dais, everybody knows who we are, and it's for the public to come here and they just see people's names. I think we really are obliged to really make that part of our process, that that everybody is identified, the staff and the council. It's just a little quirky thing, and I constantly forget to do that. So I think we need to be all reminded, and I think it's fair to the public to do that. So those are my comments right now. Yeah, that's it for now.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to echo part of Nancy Amadeo's comments this evening. I don't think the problems we're having with meeting length relate to public comment or public discussion. I think they add, that's why we're here. We're here to hear the public. I think the extensive questioning by council, and particularly by the mayor, following up question for question, giving many bites at the apple on several occasions. I think they've extended the meeting. I would like to see a alternative use of the consent agenda, and possibly looking at identifying agenda items as having, because of their simplicity or their urgent need, to have a streamlined process, 1 or 2 minute comments, or no comments by council, only questions. I think that the public input at the beginning of the meeting is necessary. And if we can commit to starting our meetings at 6:30, I mean, a lot of times we're pushed out because of closed session. I think we could have greater efficiency in our closed session meetings. I think they go on entirely too long over minutia and things that are not really relevant. I think all of us could be more cognizant of how we use our closed sessions. But if we could commit to starting our meetings no later than 15 minutes at the advertised time, it would add to public's trust and faith that we're actually doing what we are here for. I think adding that the public comment is to be cut off at 7 o'clock or 7:15 is a good suggestion. And those comments that are not cannot be heard by the cutoff time should be added to the end of the meeting. And then if it looks as though we're going to go past 9, 10 o'clock with an announcement that the comment for general comment will be heard at the next meeting. I don't think we have a legal obligation to hear um, any and all comments at a meeting. So I think that's probably another time saver there. But again, efficiency is not part of government. Efficiency is business. We're making money. We're making things simple. Government is to hear what people want. And we have to figure out how to make that into our own policy and then follow up and make sure that people doing business in our city conduct themselves in that way. And many times we hear reports from our citizens of things that are being done that shouldn't be. And it alerts that maybe we need a policy change or an ordinance or to look at specific business. So those are my general comments. This Heidi and Lane, the timeline for this item, I guess you're going to bring it back as a draft for some what you've heard tonight, and then we're going to have some more discussion on that, and go away. So a couple more rounds of refinement, as I see it.
I think that at pleasure of the council, they can adopt something tonight, or they can give us direction to refine it more and add come back to comments.
Because there's two council members that are not present, and I think we would be remiss. Plus, we're at the end of two council members' terms and the start of other council members. So my suggestion would be to start this until the start of the new council. Maybe we can have this discussion, but not finalize, not have a motion and change our policies until the new council members weigh in. Let's see what they think. That would be terrible to lay on them my concerns at this point in time. I've been tracking that for the next 4 years. They should be able to set their own policy. So that's my recommendation. That if anything, we don't motion tonight. I will not support a motion tonight that finalizes this as this is what we're going to do. I would recommend that we direct staff bring back what they heard in a draft form and have further discussion on that. And those are my comments.
I think when council members don't show up at a meeting, they don't ask questions in advance, then they can sort of upset the apple cart the second time it comes around because they don't. There's a large inefficiency over the years I've seen council members not asking questions in advance, taking up a lot of time during council meetings that they could have asked in advance, or missing meetings, and then having lots of comments when it comes back to the final vote. Let's say it's supposed to be a perfunctory consent agenda, like an ordinance, you have to have a second reading. And then they bring out comments that because they weren't there. So I think that the most efficient way to keep them on business is show up at meetings, especially if you can't show up, let people know, but usually when people don't show up, you tell us. You don't know if they're going to be there or not. I don't think it's responsible to not show up, don't provide notice you're not going to be there, don't ask questions in advance, and then have problems with what happened when you weren't there, and ask to start this week from scratch. I think that is very inefficient and not respectful to the council members who show up, or let people know they're not going to be there, or maybe we can defer an item. But that's not very responsible either. We've been deferring a lot. I think it's more important to hear what people want on scheduled agenda items than to hear people what they want on items that are not on an agenda. And in my tenure as mayor and city council member, we have to go late to hear what people want to say on agenda items, because we're very flexible and it might take an hour or longer at the start of a meeting to hear what people want on non-agenda items. So I think that we should cut back on non-agenda items so that more people have a chance in a reasonable hour to speak their piece on agenda items. Because I think that's the main purpose of our city council meetings. Get business done with public input. And I think both of those goals are reduced when we have a lot of public comment at the start. And I agree with what several people have said, that myself and council members do spend a lot of time sometimes on announcements, public comments, announcements. So I would like to make a motion to include these items that I'm going to list, and then turn it over, if there's a second, to build that motion more completely until it's a finished motion that's appropriate for voting. The first thing I'd like to say is 42 years is a long time without changing the rules. So however we change the rules, it's about time after 42 years. And they're not in stone. They can be changed in a month, they can be changed in 5 months. But at least we've changed them, and we'd have a chance to try something different, see how efficient it becomes. So here we go. I would like to encourage people to do email versus verbal comments so that there can be a better record and a better response. I would like to limit public comment on general items not on the agenda to 30 minutes at the start of the meetings, and assess how many people need to speak so that we can get that 30 minutes to cover everybody, and do what David Burnett said, others have said, to postpone the last bit of the public comment if we run out of 30 minutes to the end of the meeting. I would like there to be only 1 minute, as Councilmember Biala mentioned, for the brief comments that happen after motion is made. I would like the technical questions or clarifying questions, whatever we call those, to be defined with examples. It's easier for the chair and the rest of us to follow. I would like 5 minutes per council comment on agendized items, with no limit on the number of times, and that everybody has a chance to speak up to 5 minutes before a certain council member, any council member, has a second chance to speak. I would like, I think that's it. So those are my components to a motion to begin for a complete motion. If there's a second, then we can continue.
Yeah, I'll second if you'll take a modification of the 1 minute to 2 minutes.
Let's try to get a second, David, but then we can do what you want after we do a second.
Okay, I withdraw my second then.
I second.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. David, can you please continue so we can modify in the way you want?
So my understanding is you wanted the discussion of council after a motion has been seconded to be limited to 1 minute. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
And I'm asking that you modify that to at least 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm thinking we've had a robust discussion. Then we've had a motion. How much more discussion do we need?
No. As my understanding is, we've had questions, we've had a motion, and now we're having a discussion of the motion.
Lane or Heidi, can you review the proposed staff report sequence?
Yes. So the sequence is staff makes the presentation. There would be clarifying technical questions, which we'll define and give very clear, specific examples. Then after that, it will go to public comment. After the public comment, it will come back to the council for a robust discussion. The first time around, every council member will have 5 minutes. And then after that, there's no limit to the number of times a council member will have comment. And then after a robust discussion, there will be a motion. And after the motion, 1 minute for council comment if they want it. And then after that, vote.
So my question is, in this 1 minute, so you've made a motion, so now I've got 1 minute to draft a alternate motion. Is there any limit on the alternate motion?
No,
So the 1 minute is for a discussion of the motion?
brief discussion of the motion on the floor, right?
So my concern with that is, if I could ask, a motion puts into a very concrete set of steps. And so we've had a general discussion, we've had a lot of back and forth, and so now someone says, okay, this is my motion, da 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 da. Okay? So you're saying now that I have 1 minute to respond to that motion and draft a alternate.
Drafting an alternate is separate than your comments.
Okay.
I don't
okay.
like this because of X, Y, and Z. There's my minute. Now I'm going to make a substitute motion.
Of unlimited duration.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a lot of comments. It's going to be making a motion.
No. It's but in the general back and forth of a motion, there are considerations and questions of staff. Sometimes there is working on the exact wording of what the motion is. But I don't want that to be limited or to be constrained in any way.
Okay, David, I take your point. I agree with your point. I would like to modify the motion to increase the comment to 2 minutes instead of 1.
Well, I'm going to withdraw that request as long as it doesn't attend to the drafting of an alternate motion. I think 1 minute is fine as long as it doesn't impinge on the time limit for drafting an alternate motion.
Okay, I want to make a comment and then turn it over to Kathy. The reason I agree with you is I can anticipate how frustrating it would be for a motion to be like a surprise and then only be allowed 1 minute to do it. So I'll turn it over to Kathy.
So why don't we say,
We're at 10 o'clock.
I'll motion that we go to the end of this item.
second?
We have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yeah. So I think, Councilman Burnett, so I understand what you're saying. I think we should say that that in the development of a motion or substitute motion or whatever, that there's no time limit to that. But for each substitute motion or motion, we only have 1 minute of comment. So we can take as long as we need to massage a motion or to create a substitute motion. But when we are ready to vote on whatever one comes first, the substitute motion, then each of us only have 1 minute on it. So that we prevent what you're suggesting would not be a good thing.
So I would like to offer a scenario. So motion is made, motion is seconded. The each council member has 1 minute to comment on the motion. I'm in favor of it, I don't like it, whatever, right? One council member says, I don't like it, and I would like to propose an alternate. During that back and forth, I guess, maybe there wouldn't be a back and forth. He would state what his alternate proposal would be, then he would wait for a second, right? And assuming that there was a second to that, in many instances, there is a development of the motion, and there are comments by other council members as to developing that ultimate motion. Would there be a limit on that?
I wouldn't think so. When we're finally got the substitute motion all fixed up the way we want it, then there's discussion, and everybody gets 1 minute.
on that. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, because I want to launch a different way of doing things and see how it works, I'd like to add that to my motion, but I'd like it restated because it wasn't clear exactly what was being suggested.
So restate the motion.
Well, I had my 8 things, but I wanted to add number 9, or whatever this number is, by what you and Kathy have just come up with.
Oh,
But I'd like
okay.
one of the two of you to tell us what it is so I can add it to the motion the way you want it.
Okay, so for every motion that's proposed, whether substitute motion, amendment, or a whole new motion, we only are allowed 1 minute to give comment from the dais. But in the development of those motions or amendments or whatever, substitute motions, there's no time limit on that. But when we finally get the motion or the substitute motion phrased in the way we want it, then when we're voting on that, then we only have 1 minute.
So again, the scenario, the ultimate motion has been developed and seconded. The chair then says, addresses each to the council and says, you have 1 minute to comment on the alternate. Would that be the process?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then after that 1 minute, then the chair would say, we will now vote. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, now remember, if we approve this tonight, it doesn't work after a couple months. I don't know if that's going to work, but I don't care. I'm going to try it. You guys both like think it's okay. So let's hope it works. Right. But if it doesn't, we're not stuck with it. We might have an evening or two of frustration, and then we'll change it. That's not the end of the world. Okay, so staff, did you understand that last position?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to Kathy Biala.
And can we, I know that you're, um, go along with the order that we have laid out, but just so that we're all real clear, I think that in the motion, we should have those 6 steps. You know, following the staff report, the 6 steps. If we could do that, that would be very clear.
Yeah, I wanted to get the extraneous out of the way. Now we can go back to the staff report and get the body of the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. As part of that body, you want to refer to the page number where it says it, or you can read every one of those steps.
No, I
That's
just
amendment to the motion. I'm sorry, Kathy. Go ahead and amend the motion, Kathy, with what you want to see.
well, we just lay out the map, or the list of the council procedures. That's
What
all.
page and paragraph are you
Well,
referring?
it's a combination of everything. Oh, okay, no, I think I can have it. Okay. Okay, so that would be on page 7, item 1C, that list. The following shall be the procedure for considering and sequence of each agenda item, including public hearings.
I will accept that as amendment to the motion. As a second hold.
Yes.
Other things you'd like to add to the motion?
Can we add that under the rules of debate that we have, after a vote has been taken, no further comments or discussion on the topic shall be made by council members?
Yes, I'll make that amendment as the second hold.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but could you clarify what that means?
It means, David, that when the vote's taken, we can't talk about why we voted the way we wanted to. When it's over, it's over. We can't talk about that item, we move on to it.
You taught me that, David.
Yeah, but the way you said it, it sounded as if you were saying that there was to be no discussion
after the vote's taken.
After the vote's taken. Yeah, okay. All right.
Go to Heidi Quinn.
Through the mayor, I think what you're referring to, Councilmember Biala, is eliminating that rule 22 that allows the protest against the council action.
do. I don't think we want to do that.
Yeah, that's an important one. I don't know. I think that might be separate.
Yeah, so Heidi, let us keep the protest in.
Okay.
But take out the reason I voted no, the reason I voted yes, it's not a protest, that's just more discussion. It should have happened before the vote.
The language in the original procedures said that, under protest, and these are the reasons why I protest. So if you just leave that language in, and that allows for that particular comment to be placed, and only that particular.
But I think
that makes sense.
but it happens enough that I think that we should build that in as as one of the rules of our procedures.
It is in the rules. No,
correct. So what I'm hearing is there's agreement that once the vote is taken, council members cannot comment after. However, we still have a rule or procedure that if they want to do the protest, that they absolutely can do that. That's still the procedure. So the protest is allowed, but it takes away after the vote, discussion, the debate, that goes away.
Yeah. So we need both, you're saying, because we have that with public comment. Essentially, we have that here about no question. Oh, no, that was different. After a public hearing has been closed, no member of the public shall address the council from the audience on a matter under consideration without securing permission to do so by I propose majority vote of the city council to reopen public hearing. So, so it's in the same way that we're talking about closing a public hearing, and you can't open it up unless there's a majority vote by the council. In the same way, we're saying the council does not get to open the debate after the vote has happened. So, and I think that we need to have both, especially because we seem to have a lot of transgression on that.
Yeah, now there's a difference between telling public to speak after public comment and telling council we can't speak after we vote because it's working time, it's wasted time. We had a chance to talk before the vote. Now we're done with it, move on, and you want to talk. It's too late. We're talking about what we just did.
You're opening up discussion again. You're opening up a debate.
And there's no debate to be had because the vote's been done. Unless you're going to reconsider, you can always motion to reconsider. You can make a protest. Those standing rules will not change. Okay, I don't think you have to add anything unless I missed something.
Well, I really feel strongly about that because I've seen it happen so many times.
Well, we already added that you can't talk after the vote.
Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me that we should eliminate that.
No, we added that to the motion, and you don't. Not the second. You know, we had to talking. We don't think the talking was open. You.
Got it. Okay.
Now, is there anything else in the staff report? It's not just an extraneous tidbit, like I came up with tidbits, but is there something else substantial that you want to add to the motion? Staff, if you think we missed something, go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
So we've also asked staff to look further into alternatives on a couple of items. And I'm just wondering, is that going to be included in the motion? The alternatives to consent agenda, or perhaps having two-step process, things like that. Is that also in your motion?
I think it might not be, but I meant for it to be. So, the two-step process is really not part of tonight. Or maybe, I guess we can make it part of tonight. So, my motion, I'd like to augment with staff at their leisure, taking a look where other cities do get items on the agenda by council members' request, and to come back to us with the results of that outreach and some suggestions about how to go forward. Is there another item, David, that we talked about staff implementing?
Well, my comment about how we could maybe utilize the consent agenda in different ways to add more efficiency to the meeting.
So specifically, do you want to speak to the town?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'll augment my motion to ask staff at their leisure to look at how consent agenda could be used more efficiently.
Perfect.
What if Councilman Biala, your second vote?
So I would like to add something else there that we talked about, the staff coming back with the code of conduct and beefing it up a little bit.
All right, I'll augment my motion to staff at their leisure to come up with a code of conduct refresher.
And I have two other ones that, on number 11 on public hearings that we take up quasi judicial issues and we wordsmith that a little bit better. And then also on 14B on the AB 123 reports, that somehow we make that more understandable to the public.
I see Lane nodding his head, so I'll augment my motion with Kathy's two stated amendments. Hold, Kathy?
Yes.
Let's
go to Councilmember David Burnett. Kathy.
So the removal of the quasi judicial, I think quasi judicial helps understand what it is that's being discussed. If you take it out,
No, you're not taking it out. They were just going to word it in a way that you don't have to understand what quasi judicial is in order to understand the content of that. And Heidi worded it very nicely.
What we would do, including quasi judicial in the public hearing, makes it confusing. It doesn't say we're eliminating that. But we're just going to take it out. Just refer to the public hearing process, and that makes sense. We appreciate that feedback.
And I know that this seems very small, about somehow, and I don't know how to put it in here, but to ensure that in remote meetings that all staff and council people are named on the screen. I just think that it's not just, it seems a little bit more heftier than just saying it, we want people's names. I think there's a legal issue there somehow. We don't just get to come to a public meeting and nobody knows who's talking and what their titles are.
Kathy and Lane, I like this idea. How about we have, this is a policy that staff and council put our titles, so the resident or not a public member knows who everybody is who has a title.
Yeah, we don't need a formal policy on that. I think that's just good form that we can practice that. We can certainly do that.
And just remind people, we have to be reminded.
And since you said that, Kathy, myself and Heidi Quinn added our title. That's good. So let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
So I guess I'm confused. The link that sent out by Matt, if you click on that link, it fills in the title for you. So if you click on the link in the email that you send, and your title will show up. If you just put in the meeting ID, you come in as whoever.
I click on it and I have to manually put it in. It doesn't just automatically happen online.
As for mine, and I noticed that if I do just put in the meeting ID, I just come in as David Burnett.
You're special because the mayor never has that on his. I never see it on it.
I already have it on, but sometimes it goes away. I think it's because in my private life, sometimes I take it off. It's not appropriate to have Zoom meeting members. The last had myself moved. All right.
One other.
Go ahead.
Did you say technical clarifying or did you just say clarifying?
I left it open. I said technical and or clarifying, whatever word they want to use.
Right. As long as clarifying is in there, I think technical, we're not quite sure what that means. And I want to say that once we start into this, that we should feel comfortable to check it out. Is that really a clarifying question, or, because we're learning how to do this. We have a certain pattern of behavior that's been built up for quite some time now, and I think we'll learn and educate each other about where the lines are for the things that we decide.
Just to be clear, my motion said whatever word staff prefers, clarifying or technical, if they define it and give some examples of what is and what isn't. I mean, clarifying is even more nebulous than technical, in my opinion. Hey, can we have Heidi? Go ahead.
One last comment that I really agree with the mayor about when people are absent, and we have to have business go on, and that there are some ways in which when you're absent, you can still participate in the agenda items, but absent that, I think that we're obligated to go ahead and be efficient in our meetings and address the issues that are pertinent to the meeting. And so I'm for making a decision because
Right.
I say we can always change it after we find out that it just doesn't work or we want to tweak things.
Okay, now when staff comes back, you write this up, you can reorder the components of this motion. I had my own order off my notes. You can read it back to us. I'm going to ask you to read us back the motion as you've heard it. You can read it in any order you want. You can write it up in minutes in any way you want. Because I was jumping back and forth between early sequence and late sequence, and so it might be better to list it all in the order we're going to hear and that's up to staff. Wayne, could you give us a shot at reading what the motion was?
Sure. Heidi had a. You're muted, Heidi.
I hate to do this too. There were two items in the staff report that weren't included. One is to clarify that the consent items can only be pulled by council. And the second item was to switch to action minutes.
I would like to augment the motion to add those two components.
I had the experience recently of experiencing the action minutes, and what's kind of disturbing is that it becomes so skeleton-like that you can't really know, for example, even who spoke at the meeting because it's all so, it's not an action, the public comment. I don't like when we put down verbatim what people have said, but at least a list or something recognizing who spoke, at the meeting for general public comment or whatever. Yeah, so, I don't know if I'm in the minority on this, but I do like the way we we list all of the questions from the council. It doesn't say who said it, but it shows our thought processes and just the list I find very helpful. And we're not competitive because we don't have our names attached to, to the questions, but there are some things that get so eliminated by just going with this action minutes.
Well, Kathy, the alternative is if we asked our deputy city clerk to list every question that people asked.
No,
like
just for the diets, just for the council. They're doing it now. They're doing it now on the agenda item. Is that correct, Lane? Because I'm reading it.
The thing is, if we were to list all the questions that council asked in discussion, it would take a lot of time.
But they're doing that now, are they not?
Well, what our rules are, we're supposed to be doing action minutes, and we have evolved over time where we are doing it. We're trying to get back to where we're doing the action minutes. Technology has changed a lot, where if council members and the public want to know what happened, they can go up and they can see exactly what happened much more accurately than the minutes that we display.
Okay, I understand that, but at least can we list the public commenters? I mean, this is so hard because it's like we're invisible. The people from the public, there's no mention of them. anywhere. And quite frankly, especially if public comment is going to be at different places, in the meeting, I just felt invisible as a public speaker at another council. When the minutes come up, there's no even recognition that we were there.
Well, we could do that. Heidi, do you have any thoughts on that? With, as the rules have changed over time, they don't have to give their name, their address, any of those that information like that. And
So let me, just to save Heidi any time, let me just compromise a little bit. Let me augment the motion with asking council at their leisure to see how other cities do their minutes, and then come back and let us hear your suggested option.
that'd be great.
It is late, 10:30.
Second vote for that.
Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Yes, the idea that only council can pull consent off, I don't, I don't think I can support that. So how would the public communicate that there's a consent item that they would like to hear the staff report or they would like to listen to discussion?
Through the mayor, under the Brown Act, as long as you have a consent agenda that allows members of the public to comment or ask a question, that's sufficient. They don't have to have the right to pull, but when the council hears the question, the council in its discretion, again, weighing the press of business, can decide whether that item should be pulled from the agenda. So the council still has the discretion to decide whether that question or that staff report should be heard. It's just leaving that within the ability of the council to decide.
So the scenario is there's a lengthy consent agenda, and during public comment, so the public comment is before the consent agenda. So someone says in public comment, I would like to hear the staff report on consent agenda 8C. Does that, does the public person asking the question, do we need to acknowledge that we've heard them and whether we will do that, or no, there isn't going to be time for that? You know, I'm just there. How would you handle that with this new idea?
Well, first of all, they wouldn't have the right to comment on the consent agenda during the general public comment. You would need to wait until I say, or the chair says, we're going to go to the consent agenda now. Do any members of the public have any questions or comments? Or before that, I could say, do any members of the council have any comments or questions or wish to pull any consent items? We could go through the council's input, and then then it becomes like a regular agenda item. We can go to public comment on the consent agenda, and then a motion, robust discussion, vote, etc.
So I think an alternative might be that during public comment, someone would say, I would like to hear the report on the consent agenda before we actually get to it. Then it's only council involved with the consent agenda. Listening to it, voting on it, and moving on. That way we don't have the public commenting on, things. They call it out ahead of time and then we deal with it.
Lane, go
So,
ahead.
yeah, so I just want to repeat. So in your example, David, so it's on the consent agenda. Member of the public says, I'd like to step forward. They don't have the ability to pull it. When it comes to the council has heard the public comment. They can say, yes, I want to pull it, or no, we're going to leave it on there. So it's the council's discretion.
You answer this question from the public on this consent agenda, something along those lines.
Okay, so my confusion, David, and Ian, is that member of the public refer to the consent agenda during general public comment,
right,
or on comment to the consent agenda agenda item?
On public comment.
Doesn't seem proper to refer to an agenda item. But we tell people if you talk about anything that's not on the agenda.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they would in the public comment on the consent agenda, I would like this item to be reported on. Then when we get to the consent agenda, it's just within the council and staff. There is no back and forth. We don't have to open it up or anything like that.
Yeah, but I think that violates the primary rule of public comment. You can't comment on anything that's on the later agenda. The consent agenda is on the later agenda. You can't talk about the consent agenda during general public comment.
Well, they're not talking, they're just asking for an item to be discussed. So it's not like they're launching into a long diatribe about it.
Okay, Heidi, can you provide input?
Yes, through the mayor, I did take a look at how many other agencies and most other public agencies don't allow members of the public to pull the item from consent within the council's discretion. And the public comment on the consent agenda is during general public comment. As Councilmember Burnett said, because when you get to consent, this should be a one and done, right? Non-controversial items, not engaging in a back and forth. So if you look at, Pacifico, for example, a public comment on the consent agenda is in regular public comment. And then when you get to consent, it's just a motion by council to approve and move on. So.
Right, see if it works out.
Yeah, and again, this is for the council. If it doesn't feel comfortable to you, I'm just bringing forward ideas and, and again, you can amend the rules at any time. You can, I'm here to serve.
Okay. What they do with the waste management system is they have general public comment, and they have the consent agenda. It drives them nuts because the chair reads every single consent agenda item title. Everyone's falling asleep. And then the chair says, "Does any member of the public have comments on the consent agenda?" Never is there a comment. And he says, "Is any member of the board?" No. Then let's have a motion for the consent agenda. But you're saying that PG City Council does it differently. I've never seen that.
I've witnessed this several times.
Okay, let's go to Kathy and then David.
I really think it's so odd that in general public comment, they would be commenting on the consent agenda as an agendized item. So that just feels really strange to me. And I think that, as we just stay with, the fact that they can comment and they can ask questions and comment briefly, and then we get to decide whether that consent agenda item is going to be pulled. I think that just makes sense because we have been very lax. There are times when I have seen almost every agenda item pulled. So there's got to be, this is non-controversial. It's supposed to be really a sort of perfunctory duty of us to approve it because the staff have vetted this and the staff needs this for their operational work. And so I would say that we can go through that pretty quickly, and that a lot of it is pretty technical stuff because it's in the purview of the staff and what they know and their expertise about these issues. And so I have to kind of trust that Marina is doing this because he needs it, and we don't have to know every single detail. And so that's how I look at it. So if we're looking at that, now why would we allow the public who knows even less in most cases than we do about that specialized area? I just think that, we're trying to, be more efficient. And this is one of those where it should be very efficient because it's the consent agenda.
We're almost there. We're only disagreeing on contemplating consent agenda comments by the public before we open the consent agenda. We all are open to discussion. And if PG does it that way, I mean, let's give it a try. It makes the meeting more efficient because now public has to use their 3 minutes to talk about the color of the sky and the consent agenda.
Okay, well, you could try and explain that to them and say, of your 3 minutes, that normally you can talk about anything. If you want to talk about an agenda item, you're using your time. I mean,
yeah. So that's one approach. The other approach is keep the agenda every other item. The sequence we described earlier is just applies to the consent agenda. After a motion is made, sorry, when we go to public comment before there's a motion, someone can say, I want your staff report on item D3. And then when it comes back to council, we have a robust discussion. We can decide if we want to hear that staff.
I don't think that that's how we've done it, and I don't think that needs to be done for consent agenda. It's a very different thing than an item of an action item later. I think we can just say, this is a consent agenda, it's usually approved, en masse, and it's administrative, non-controversial. Is there any questions or brief comments from the public? None or yes, and then you address that, and then we decide whether that's going to be pulled or not. And if we
Okay.
don't want to pull it, then it's approved and we go for the vote. We don't have to have a robust discussion about this.
You can't stop a robust discussion because that's our sequence. The sequence that was part of the motion already tonight also applies to the consent agenda unless you make a special,
Right.
like Heidi's suggesting that we make a special carve out for consent, and that would go in public general comment.
But
if you don't make a special carve out, then the consent agenda would follow the same sequence as everything else.
I don't think it has to, though. I mean, if you're
No,
making
it doesn't have to unless you make a special carve out. So you would need to right now suggest how to handle the consent agenda different than other items.
right. And I'm willing to do that, to just say exactly what we just said. We're not having a robust discussion. We go out and we get a question or a comment from the public, but we don't say, does anyone from the public want to pull this item? They don't get that in this new world. And then we come back and is there anybody from the council who wants to ask a question, or do we want to pull it and put it at the end of the meeting? End of story. It's done. And then we vote on the consent agenda. We don't have to go and apply the usual long process that we would if it was a public hearing.
Okay, so I'm pretty confused. So either like you to add to the motion how you want to handle the consent agenda very, very clearly, or we punt on the consent agenda tonight. We take it up at another evening, how to handle consent. If you have a way to handle it, please clearly express it and add it to the motion tonight.
So the consent agenda, what we do is we go out to the public and ask them if they have any questions or brief comments about anything on the agenda. We do not ask them if they want to pull it. Then we come back to the council members and we say the same thing. Does anybody have any comments or questions, or do you want to pull this because you'd like a more robust discussion? And then we put it to the end of the agenda. And that's it. And then we make a vote for what's left. And
Okay, I like that. It was very clearly stated, but you took away the 3 minutes by saying brief comment or question. So now we have 3 minutes on every item.
So technically, they would have 3 minutes on consent again.
okay. Do we have to have public comment on consent?
You have
We
to
have everything on the agenda, every action item on the agenda has to have public comment.
I see what you're saying. That's why you put it to general public comment.
We're trying to just streamline the meeting so that we can have more public comment on the action public hearing agenda items and the non-routine agreements and stuff that are typically on the consent and general comments.
Okay, I understand it now. So if we can articulate how that general public comment is for non-agendized agendized items, except for if you
And
want
the
to.
consent.
Okay, got it.
Great. Heidi, we're trusting you. We're going to add this to the motion. The consent agenda will be handled the way that Kathy just explained. Kathy, did you second hold?
Yes.
Okay, now I don't expect Anita to have kept track of all this, but Marina, I was hoping that you can restate the motion.
Not much of it, not all.
You want want to jump into a chapter?
Nope, I'm gonna let you go and I'll write down what I missed.
Okay, and then
I can
Heidi.
try as well if you'd like.
Let's let Heidi take it the
Yeah,
first shot.
I think that's great.
Okay, I have a motion to encourage email versus oral comment, to limit public comment on general items, the general public comment to 30 minutes at the start, and assess whether you're going to limit the amount of time per person or it's something that may need to be continued to the end of the meeting.
Yeah, the 30 minutes is up. And we continue general comments at the end of the meeting.
And you'll decide under general public comment, if you're going to allow the 30 minutes, you'll decide how many minutes each person gets. You're going to allow 1 minute for brief comment after a motion is made, and that's separate than the time that it takes to make any type of motion or alternative motion. Staff is to provide examples of technical questions or clarifying questions. Definition. And during the discussion, each council member gets 5 minutes, and it's following our existing rule that everybody gets to speak one time. You can do as many round robins. There's no limit on how many additional times council members can speak, but on that first one, we are to follow the new process on page 71C, which talks about the order of public comment and going in the motion and discussion. We're going to modify the rules of debate so that once the vote is taken, we're going to use the language that's similar to 27C. So no member of council shall then speak to the motion again, but that doesn't limit the ability to protest the vote. Staff is going to come back with a 2-step process for placing items on the agenda.
And how other cities might do it.
Looking at how other cities might do it and come back with some ideas for a policy.
Please. Finish your sentence, please, Heidi, and then we'll go to David.
Okay.
All right, David. David, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted Heidi to finish because I wanted to, I know it's late, but I did want to add one extra thing. On tonight's meeting, we did a proclamation about Native American lands, and I would like to have the first whereas included on the agenda. Whereas the city of Marina recognizes that it was founded and is built upon the traditional homelands and villages first inhabited by the indigenous people of the region, so on and so forth.
You want to add that to the motion, David?
Yes. Just under, we have vision statement, mission statement, and then I would like another paragraph, whereas, not as a whereas, but properly worded.
We'll go back to Heidi in just a moment. I'd like to add to the motion that David just stated. If there's a second by Kathy.
Absolutely.
Heidi, please proceed. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Mayor, members of council, staff is to look at how to best utilize the consent agenda. And these are all at staff here. There wasn't a time frame. Staff is to come back with a code of conduct, looking at other cities and coming back with some policies.
Heidi, I think we can scratch the consent agenda item because we did come up with the approach. So if it doesn't work, we can do what you said and ask staff to help us out. I think we can scratch the consent reference to me.
Okay.
Second hold, to remove that.
Yeah, but then let's just hear what we're going to replace, because we decided what part of the motion was to supplement the new process. Which is,
Heidi, can you do your best to describe how our consent will be handled?
How I understood it is that we're going to clarify on the agenda that the public can only ask questions or comments. And then council also can make questions or comments, but only council can pull items from consent. And my understanding is that comment on the consent agenda will fall under general public comment. The other parts of the motion, I was saying staff to come back with a proposed code of conduct, remove the quasi judicial part of the public hearing and to wordsmith to make that flow a little bit better. Change the language under announcements or informational reports at the end of the agenda where I put in maybe 1234, put that in layman's terms, or layperson's terms, so we understand what that is for.
Also, add, we'll come back to the process to get items on the agenda.
And then to add to the agenda, since we're working on the template, add the language from the first whereas of tonight's proclamation and add that under the mission statement. And lastly, to come back, staff to come back with ideas about action minutes or how the minutes should be drafted.
Let's go to Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem first, and then Councilmember.
And there, just one correction is that when you said on C, 8C is the procedure, and you said you just referred to this recommendation here, but it is different in that 7, it says council motion and discussion. We are having a robust discussion before the motion, and then after the motion, we will have a brief comments and then the vote.
Not to exceed 1 minute.
Yes.
I do have that. I do have that.
Okay, so when you reference this though, it doesn't have 2 discussion points. It just has 1 as listed here.
Okay, I do have that in my notes.
So we have your more detailed.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand and I appreciate everyone's long attention on this. Heidi, what I wanted would be, whereas was not be part of the mission statement, it would be a separate paragraph. The heading of that paragraph would be something along the lines First Nation acknowledgement or something along the lines, but not as part of the mission. Not proposing to modify the mission statement. I wanted this to stand out alone as being acknowledged of the First Nation gratitude, appreciation. I don't have a specific title for that. I apologize. Second item is the direction that we had originally agreed upon that council was to look at ways of streamlining or adding more efficiency to consent. Mr. Mayor, I thought you just directed staff not to pursue that. I would still like staff to come up with some alternatives or at least ideas about improving functionality of the solution.
Okay, we'll have two components of the rules. One that Heidi already, 2 what David's suggesting now, that at their leisure, we ask staff to look into consent agenda options and come back to them.
Thank you.
You think a whole, Kathy?
Yes.
Staff has a lot of leisure.
Right.
Okay, Anita, Deputy City Clerk, are you okay if we go to a vote?
I'm fine.
Could I just make one comment because now I can't comment after the vote. I just want to say our process tonight, though it's long because this is very meaty as a subject, but it's been really wonderful working with our staff on this and our council members, and I really appreciate this kind of collaboration. So thank you, everybody.
Right. And I want to say thanks to everyone who's on this phone call or this Zoom call. Welcome back to Barney White. We haven't seen you for a while. It's good to have you back. And to all the directors sitting through this, we really appreciate your time. Yeah. Okay, so if we can go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. And Lane is okay. You think we're good to adjourn? We're done.
This is great. This was huge. It was amazing to me, the consistency with the council's comments and the public comments. And I'm excited to do this. But I didn't tell you that Heidi has done a Herculean effort on, putting this together. She actually went through all the 12 things we have ready to combine all the changes that we've done. We didn't put on the agenda because we would then spend all the time going through all of that. And we really wanted to focus on trying to get our meetings more efficient. And this has just been great comment. We have really great feedback from the public and the council. We might even have this back.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your time tonight. Have a nice evening.